afternoon, everybody. We're we're just off to a start at dead on noon, hopefully. Welcome, and we will be going through quite a few submissions today. So we have actually made the decision to just allow 5 minutes for everybody, but we'll be as flexible around that as we can be. I would like to open with a karakia. So just feel free to say it with me if you'd like. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he teo, he huka, he hahu, tihei, Māori ora. Right, can I just ask you to let me or the Democracy Services advisor know if you need to leave the meeting? That's if you're one of our members. I don't recall having received any apologies, but are there any? Okay. So Liz is going to be joining us online, and Holden? Mea whānau for lateness or absence? Which one? Lateness. And Holden? Waiwi Holden? Lateness, okay. All right. We'll just take a brief pause.
Morena, I don't know what's happening. I can't, so you can't see my face, but I'm here.
Thank you, Liz. Yes, we got the message that you're online. Do you happen to know about Pauiwi Holden and his ability to attend the meeting?
No, I don't, sorry.
Okay. We may just have to leave that without an apology at present. All right. I will move the apologies for lateness for the Mayor and I think it's just the Mayor actually. Do I have a seconder for those? Thank you, Councillor McNulty. Having moved and seconded them, can we please vote? And that is carried. Thank you for that. Conflict of interest declarations, do we have any today? I don't see any, so we can just take that, move on. Confirmation of minutes. I move that we approve the minutes of the Regulatory Processes Committee meeting held on 22nd of June 2023. They've been circulated and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Abdurrahman. We'll vote. I now put that motion, which has been moved and seconded. Could those in favour please vote 1? Those against please vote 2. Liz, yep, thank you. And that is carried. Right, so this meeting has no public participants because it is oral hearings, and I will move to that now. So the first up on the list is actually Koi Van. Is Koi? He's online.
Hi.
Hi, Koi. I've just had to, unfortunately, we only have 5 minutes per person today because there are a lot of people wanting to submit, but it's, and that has to include questions, you know the drill. So I invite you to start.
Thank you. 5 minutes will be good for me because it's freezing outside in the big cabins at the moment, so the sooner the better. So I'm speaking to you in support of this submission, because I am the current resident of Brooklyn. Yay! And one of the reasons we bought our house in Brooklyn is because it's next to the cycleway, and that was the sole reason why we moved there. It was really hard to fight Jonathan on that, but fair enough. But really enjoy. I use the cycleway so much every single time, and Jonathan uses it every day. I work from home. He have to commute to town, and this makes our experience living in Brooklyn a whole lot better. And I'm really looking forward for this place for the improvement because again, it will make it safer, especially with the crossing near the street, and also getting rid of the car park leading out of Brooklyn shop, because I'm cycling down Helen Street instead of Tottenham, because I don't want to go through those car zones and get knocked off my bike, for example. And those cars, removing the car park, allowing buses and trucks going through there a lot easier as well. And yeah, and also will improve the safety overall of the whole area, because people still speeding up through the Brooklyn shop a lot. And and also now then recently I just adopted a little greyhound into my family, and ideally I just want to be safer so I can make it home to my little dog. So thank you.
Thank you, Koi. Do we have any questions for Koi? Koi, are you in supportive of the removal of the or the rationalisation of the bus stops? As you're a local, I suppose you might have an opinion.
The removal of the bus stop.
I think
you
there's
mean
a
like from the
rationalisation proposed where one is the two on the Brooklyn Hill, I think, are going down to one, and then maybe.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I've read through the plan at that time. Like, yep, that makes sense, and I really support that. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Koi? No. Okay. Well, thank you very much. That feedback is useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you. Now, do we have Emma? Emma, welcome.
Kia ora, thank you, councillors. My name is Emma Osborne. I'm a resident of Vogeltown, which is a suburb adjacent to Brooklyn, and I would like to speak in support of the proposed cycle lane upgrade. Firstly, I want to say a very, very big thank you to Council, to all the people who have made this temporary cycle lane. It's made cycling to Brooklyn much, much safer. I've used it regularly. It makes that road from one that was kind of really actually quite unpleasant to ride into something that's really enjoyable and even relaxing to ride. Secondly, I want to say I'm really pleased that the council is planning on extending that cycle lane into Brooklyn Village. I think that's a point where there's a lot of potential for conflict between people in vehicles and people on bikes, and that opening our streets in this way makes it a lot safer for a lot of different people. Next, I want to say that I'm really, really excited by the proposed permanent design of the lane. Having a raised cycle lane where there's really, really clear separation between traffic on the road and the cycle lane is something that, as a parent who often cycles with a child, is really important to me. And this kind of design that you're proposing in the permanent version makes it a lot safer to ride on the road. So thank you. I also want to express my strong support for the approach of trialling out different approaches to opening our streets for people on bikes through temporary cycle lanes like this, and through kind of consulting in a way that's got a really practical component. In regards to getting around and getting to places like my GP in Brooklyn and the chemist and other businesses in Brooklyn, having the cycle lane and being able to get conveniently between Brooklyn and town sort of makes it really easy to make that on the way, and it actually makes it easy to visit places in Brooklyn and spend money in Brooklyn too. And I know many of the places affected by this proposal are sports places. And while I don't use sports places in Brooklyn, having cycle lanes as a parent again, with a sporty kid trying to get to Kilburnie at 3:30, having a cycle lane makes it practical to do that. And I just want to say a huge thank you for how much easier it makes it to get around Wellington with cycle lanes like these. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have? Yes, we do. So Councillor McNulty and then Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you. I was reading through submissions last week, and I guess one of the pieces of critique is that there was a thread of commentary that things are safe as they are, so we don't need to go any further. Do you think when we do build these protected cycleways, they genuinely incentivise more demand, or do you think it doesn't matter?
I think they incentivise more demand. I think that people like me who have been cycling around Wellington since I was 12 are actually a bit of an outlier. Many people who want to cycle are newer to cycling, either because they're younger, like my daughter, or because they're like taking up cycling. And having lanes that let people cycle rather than needing to defend themselves on a busy road are a huge part of opening up streets. And the difference between like protected infrastructure and like just paint or a sharrow is humongous. Thank you, Councillor McNulty.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool, kia ora kid. Thank you. And my question would be regards to the roundabout you talked about. Can you tell us a little bit? And in your submission, is that you talked about roundabout?
I don't believe
Okay.
My apologies, Councillor. I might have I don't have the details in.
Okay, no problem. Okay, leave it. Thank you.
I did have a question for you since we've got a wee bit of time. What about the bottom of Brooklyn Road and how it connects back into the Victoria Street or any other place for that matter? How do you find that?
Commuting, as I come down at the speed of the traffic, I find it works okay. I don't think it works as well for a larger range of cyclists as the protected lane does, and it would be wonderful to see improvements there in the future.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And Brett, I appreciate your feedback. Thank you. Paul, Bruce. Paul, welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Paul Bruce, tōku ingoa. Let's get serious about climate change with complete cycle routes. Thank you so much for taking this on in such a way that it really seems like it's going to happen. By burning calories instead of fossil fuels, we can make our communities healthier and more livable. On coming to Wellington 50 years ago, to complete a physics degree, I sold my car as I found it unnecessary and I could walk or cycle everywhere, and I have since. However, there's been a 300% increase in car ownership per capita, energy consumption, greenhouse emissions, and permissiveness towards people storing their second and third car on the street, which has made it a lot more dangerous for us all. Submissions against the provision of safe cycle paths have in common a fear of change. However, mode shift is urgent to help cool the planet, a change away from the privilege of the personal motor car. I have cycled down a higher road and the return up Brooklyn Road daily for about 43 years and absolutely embraced the completion of a safe Brooklyn cycleway and its extension along a higher road. It is quicker and safer down a higher road once one learns to slow down by the sharp corners near Aro Street. However, the most frightening part of my ride around anywhere in Wellington is biking up a higher road past the Penthouse Theatre with large trucks passing too close and pouring out diesel fumes over me. I have a few points to make. Close to Marama Crescent and Tenera Crescent, pedestrian crossings would improve safety for pedestrians, and so I do support that, though I wouldn't like big judder bars because it would, you know, I have a bike without suspension and it really knocks you about if you have to slow right down. So, but traffic needs to be slowed approaching from the south, the turn from Ohara Road to Brooklyn Road. And the easiest way to do this would be to extend the 30k speed limit through Brooklyn until past that corner. I thought a roundabout would be ideal, but there's perhaps not enough space there for it, and I was looking at it and it'll be really hard to fit in a roundabout, but making sure that the 30k speed limit was in place at least until around the corner. A marked pedestrian crossing should remain on the uphill side of Washington Avenue to avoid the danger of crossing Brooklyn Road further down, and having to return to the bus stop. 4, provisions should be made for pedestrians travelling down Brooklyn Road on the southern side from Washington Avenue to just before Bidwell Street. And you could have steps that cut the corner towards Bell Street and back to Bidwell, which would make it much more friendly. There's a lot of school kids that come back from Wellington High, and a lot of people that would be, well, at the present time, they have to cross the road twice on, cars travelling, 50 to 60 kilometres per hour. Just to say, the Washington Post called July a month packed with weather anomalies that exceeded any definition of normal. China's record temperature of 52.2 Celsius, Antarctica sea ice is at record low levels, the Cerebus heat wave in Europe, record wildfires in Canada, floods and record-breaking downpours in South Asia, and extreme heat in the US and Mexico. And of course, New Zealand has had a few problems as well. Decades of routinely prioritising private motor vehicles over active travel and public transport have contributed towards collapsing ecosystems threatening our basic human survival. We need emergency measures now to get down emissions, and cycleways provide commuters with choices and real alternatives. Please feel strong and continue with these cycleways.
Paul, are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Paul. I'm just wondering, you were talking about the increase in cars. Do you think that's because of the increase in population, or do you think that people are just getting more cars?
I said per capita. It's increased per capita. And 50 years ago, when I first came to Wellington, there was no cars parked along the streets like they are now. And I know it's really common, well, for middle-class people that can afford it to have 2 or 3 cars. I just can't understand that why they do it, because we have the best public transport system in New Zealand for any city. If you choose to live in a sprawl, I bought a house. I bought the house in Brooklyn in 1981, and my criteria was: is it near a public transport route? Can I bike to where I work? And can I have a garden, because I like to grow things, have a compost. Those were my criteria. Why would I? If I had the money, why would I go and live in the sprawl suburb that was difficult to get public transport to? And I know that a lot
Paul,
of people,
we might have to wrap it up. Just make your final point.
I feel sorry for people that can't afford to live within the city environs, and we need to help those people to do that by having more cheaper apartments and housing in the city along arterial public transport.
Okay,
routes.
thank you, Paul. You've made some very interesting points for us to consider, so thank you.
Thank you.
Right, well, we keep moving, and we will now invite Katie to come to the table if she's there. Is she online, maybe?
Oh.
Ah.
Sorry, I'm coming up and starting my video.
Hi, Katie. How are you? You have 5 minutes. I know it will go by very quickly, and that does need to include time for questions if you want councillors to be able to ask them. But it's all over to you. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, ko Armstrong tōku whānau no te whanganui e kara ahau, ko roa paihu te maunga ko Maui te awa ko Katie ahau. Ka nui te mahiki a koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. So just a little bit about me. I'm a resident on Helen Street in Brooklyn. We've lived in Brooklyn for about 20 years, and we've always relied on on-street parking. I've studied for the last 9 years, and I've recently completed the clinical program of psychology through Massey University. And I guess the reason I let you know that is that my focus is on increasing the well-being and quality of life for my clients, which is obviously your goal as well. So what I was hoping to do for today's submission was to be able to look at, and I've requested a number of times for Wellington City Council to send me the research that's been done with Brooklyn residents and the information gathering processes that have driven the decision making. Unfortunately, I haven't received them, so I haven't been able to look at that in detail and assess that. So that's disappointing. But I thought I'd come along today anyway, just to describe my concerns around the changes that you're proposing for the Brooklyn Village. And in particular for me, it's the removal of car parks in Ahero Road. So I think one of my biggest concerns about Let's Get Wellington moving in the cycleways is that it feels to me as if the city is being designed for the young and able. There are a lot of people who are unable to use cycleways. I don't have an issue with cycleways, but I think the cost of it is too high when it's taking away so many on-street car parks that people rely on to get to their homes. I think that it doesn't serve, that cycleways don't serve the elderly, they don't serve the disabled, they don't serve families with young children, and they don't serve people who are less able. And I think also people with health conditions and fatigue or joint problems. We're an aging population, and a lot of people would not never consider biking up Brooklyn Hill or Ahero Road. And I think that needs to be considered as well, as well as the fact that once you get up to the top of the hill, a lot of people live on small, windy streets, that feed from the village, that are difficult to access on bikes anyway. So I'm a cyclist. I biked up to the wind turbine yesterday. That was great. I biked down to Aro Valley. I bike up again. It's really hard work, and unless you've got an electric bike, it's actually most people will be unable to do that. Anyway, you're forging ahead despite I know that there's been objections around some of the proposals that you're actually moving on with. Which I find really concerning, the lack of public consultation, very concerning. However, I think for me, what I wanted to raise today is the fact that where I live in Helen Street, there are a number of roads above me where people, they drive their cars down, they park on Helen Street, they park on Todman and Ahero Road to catch the bus into town to work. So what that means is that residents are unable to access their home. So if I leave my house during the daytime, the park will be filled in an instant, and there's absolutely nowhere that I can park. And when you take away a significant number of more parks in Ahero Road, that's going to really exacerbate the problem. So I guess what I'm asking for you to do today is consider how important it is that residents can actually access their homes. And there are so many homes with no off-street parking in Brooklyn and in Wellington, but particularly in Brooklyn. The other day I had a parcel delivered to me and it was at the wrong address. So I walked down, I took it down to Ahero Road, which was where it splits off from Brooklyn Hill. I went up to the house, I spoke to the elderly owners and I gave them the parcel and I said, oh, how is this impacting you, the changes in parking? And she burst into tears and said, well, I'm not going to be able to park anywhere near my house now. And there's a strip of homes along there that that there is no longer access to their house, and there's no longer car parks that enable access to their house. And I just think you've got to be really considered about that. That has to be, we've bought these homes that we've lived in for a long period of time, and it's a huge cost to us to take away something that's been part of our lives. It has a huge impact on our well-being and our quality of life when we come home. And it's not such a
Katie, sorry to interrupt, but we have nearly run out of time. So would you be able to just make your last point?
I'm requesting, absolutely. So what I'm requesting is that the council puts in residential car parks to help buffer the difficulty that you're causing for people that cannot access their homes by taking away more car parks.
Okay, so that's a clear request for some residential car parking, if it can be done. So we've heard that point, along with all of your many of your other points too. So thank you very much, Katie. It's appreciated that you've taken the time to come and talk to us. We haven't got time for questions, I'm sorry, but thank you again.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Peter's not here, so Raj Parbu is in the room or online? In the room. Hi, Raj. You're welcome to either come to the table or the podium, whichever feels better.
Oh, can you hear me quite clearly? Yeah. So I'm basically against the cycleways in Yarra Valley and mainly in Yarra Valley, but one that's presently in Brooklyn at the moment, I think could be improved, even though it's already existing at the moment on what they've done temporarily. But what I'd like to say basically is that mainly because Yarra Valley, I go there, pass there every day, and I really feel empathetic for the small businesses that are there and how you're going to incorporate the cycleways, pathways and roadways to incorporate everything together if you do decide to go and put a cycleway there. And the other thing is basically, have you had any real feedback from the actual businesses that are existing there at the moment in Yarra Valley, and what do they have to say about it? And that's really mainly it. It's really my only voice in terms of that area that I really want to say. But you know, as I said, I'm a cyclist myself, but I think that, in particularly with Yarra Valley, I think it should be shared, the cycleway, between what it is like it is now, with just cars and cyclists together, because I don't see any provision for the width of where the road is at the moment to see where you can actually make it separate from having a cycle lane and cars and pedestrians. And then also the amount of houses that are there at the moment where they can actually park their cars.
So Raj, what's under consideration at the moment actually isn't Yarra Valley. This is more about the Brooklyn cycleway and the one that goes up Brooklyn
So
Road.
regards to Brooklyn Road, I've seen what's there at the moment. My only critique there is that should be narrowed down a lot more and be consistent path of cycle lane that's continuous and consistent with the normal sort of cycle lane that you have, which I'm not sure what the actual minimum is, whether it's a metre or metre and a half sort of thing, but not more than that, not where it is at the moment, where you're coming up the main road of Brooklyn and it sort of comes out wide and then it narrows down and it comes out wide again. So there needs to be a bit more continuity there.
Thank you for that point. We have got a few questions and you have got time. So first of all, I had Councillor Calvert and then Councillor McNulty.
Thank you. And I know we're not talking about the Yarra Valley, but do you think the council could perhaps should go and talk to those businesses and those people experiencing it now to see what they can learn from that and how we can make things better going forward?
I definitely think you should definitely consult the businesses first and get their opinion as to how they think that it should be or can be incorporated. I mean, everything should be shared in a way, but it should be in proportion with the size of the roads, the cars and cyclists as well, and obviously making it safe.
Thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Raj. Now, it is an infancy, but the council has actually started to gather some economic data to say when we've done these projects, are there corresponding economic declines that we've seen in FPOS transactions and things along those lines. So to date, with what the modelling that they have done is that there's been no demonstrable impact. So does that surprise or change any of your views in that? That we're like, I know that part of that modelling's done on the Botanic to Bowen Street. So I just wonder, with that analysis of how that, if that changes anything you're thinking about or where you're sitting.
Well, I mean, I have a small business, but it's not in Yarra Valley, but it's close to it. But what I think about is the elderly people, where they're going to park, and especially when it comes to close to cafes and that sort of thing. And like my parents who've got handicap car parking, if they want to cross the road or go across the road to the dairy, I mean, how are they going to get across there if there's nowhere them to park, or if they have to go further up the road? And in terms of sales of the individual businesses, I mean, how that's going to affect them, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess you really got to do the numbers and actually see, what effect it's going to have on those individual businesses and how much they rely on foot traffic. versus, cars that are just parked there on the side of the road. So I guess it all depends on individual circumstances and the location.
Thank you, Raj. We probably have run out of time, but you've made your points well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Now, we have now got Peter Stevens, so in the room, I think. Would you like to come to either the podium or the table, whichever suits you the better? Oh, online. Okay, right. Welcome. For those, I don't know if you're aware, but you have 5 minutes, and that 5 minutes does need to include questions if you'd like them asked from councillors.
Okay. Cool.
Over to you.
Thank you. So I'm a cyclist. I also drive a car when I have to, and I take the bus quite often. And I'm really loving all the cycleways going up around the city. I'm seeing a lot more people riding bikes around the city than I did a couple of years ago. And I'm also seeing a lot of parents with kids, which I love. And yeah, I think I've had a look at the plans for making the Brooklyn cycleway permanent, and I really like the design. I like the asphalt and the concrete, and how that's similar to the Oriental Bay, Evans Bay cycleway, which is also really high quality and really nice. And I can kind of picture in the future, maybe we could also have a downhill stretch as well, because I don't think everyone feels confident sharing the lane with traffic. A lot of cyclists do, and I understand like that building the network out takes time, and you don't really have that like social license, I've heard people say, until there's a certain amount of people asking for that infrastructure. But I think eventually it would be nice to have like a downhill cycleway as well on the other side of the road. And yeah, basically just wanted to voice my support and say that I think the design's really nice and really thoughtful, and I really like that it's going all the way to the Brooklyn shops now as well. I think that's really great. And yeah, that's basically all I want to say. Just some words of encouragement and positivity. So yeah.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank
Are there any questions? Because I probably have one about the buses, actually, since you catch buses as well. There are some changes proposed for the buses. Have you got any thoughts about those?
Is it related to the inline bus stops?
I think there's a couple of suggestions. One is two bus stops rationalised down to one on Brooklyn Hill, and I think there was some changes potentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually used to live on Connaught Terrace, so I'd take the number 7 quite often. And it seemed absolutely ridiculous to me how the bus would stop at the top of Brooklyn Hill, and then 20 meters later, it would stop again. So it's really great that those stops are being consolidated, because it was just ridiculous before, and you'd waste so much time just to save some people walking 20 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also do like the concept of the inline bus stops that's being introduced around the city. It makes sense because so many people will not give way to the bus when it's trying to pull out, which makes it take quite a bit longer than it should. And I think it's quite a genius concept, really.
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions for Peter? I don't see any. So thank you very much for your time and your feedback. It's appreciated.
Cool. Thank you. Right.
Thank you. Right, we're moving to Simon, who's also online. Oh no, in person, right. Come.
Kia ora koutou, ko Simon Tokuingoa, Simon Anderson from Brooklyn. Some of you I know, nice to meet those I haven't met before. And yeah, namahi kia koutou for the opportunity to come in and speak to you today. I'm a resident of Brooklyn. I've lived in Kopiko Way, which is off a Hero Road, which is about 200 metres down from the lights opposite Taft Street. I've lived there 20 years. I walk, cycle, drive. I'm a passenger on bus and rideshare and taxis, and when I travel into the city. And I'm fully in support of all the changes that have been outlined, and some reasons for that. I support them as a resident because Hiro and Brooklyn roads, they're busy, fast roads used by large vehicles, lots of traffic and trucks going to the tip, bus routes going through there. It's used an alternative route for a lot of people coming from the southern suburbs trying to reach the city and the motorway. It's also used by a lot of people travelling east-west across the city, coming up the bottom of the Hero Road from Arrow Street and then down Brooklyn Hill and across. It really is quite busy. So as a resident, I support the changes because it is a busy road. As a driver and as a passenger in vehicles, I want to be driven and drive at a speed that keeps my neighbourhood safe without having to feel that I'm pressured, that I have to drive at a higher speed or in a certain way. I support them as a cyclist because I don't want to die between a truck's wheel and a park road between Brooklyn Hill and Cleveland Street on a Hero Road, something that I felt could have happened on a number of occasions. And as a pedestrian walking to the city, which is where I want to focus a little bit. Now, I walk regularly from the city, walking from Brooklyn to Wellington, it's very walkable, and there's some nice routes down through Tenere Park, Central Park, Nan Street Park via Bell Route. There's some nice ways to get into the city. But, while many routes are nice, many are indirect, and like car drivers and cyclists and people on buses, some days, and like this morning, I really need to take the most direct route. Walking from Brooklyn Shops on the eastern side of the Hero Road, then crossing just before Brooklyn Road is the most direct route into the city. It's also incredibly dangerous. Having to cross just before Brooklyn Hill turns into the Hero Road. It's dangerous. Number of vehicles, again, the size of the vehicles. It's quite a blind turn where you have to cross. There's probably 50 metres from a blind corner that comes around off a Hero Road, and a lot of vehicles go through there quite quickly. And the same for the traffic coming into the city, coming off the top of a Hero Road and coming down. There's just not a lot of visibility. And in the evenings, I wouldn't cross there because it just inherently doesn't feel safe. So the adding of a pedestrian crossing down there, I think, is incredibly important and something that will make things very safe for the residents of Brooklyn walking into the city. I kind of note the loss of parking between Cleveland Street and Brooklyn Hill, but the parking there really isn't universally used by residents. People use it as a park and ride for getting into the city, and they use a lot of Brooklyn for that, so I support the previous comments around residential parking. And a lot of people were attending movies in the evening and noting that the movie theatre does have parking. And one thing I noticed walking into work this morning, just noticing there's a trailer with flat tyres that's been parked in there for the last month, and I haven't quite seen a residents mob going down and removing it yet. As a pedestrian, I often get upset when I see shared scooters, bikes, rideshare vehicles and various other things on the pavement, and the speeds and closeness that some people drive to cycles and pedestrians. When I see that and when I feel myself getting upset, I think, the bulk of what's happening is relative to ignorance around the experience of the pedestrian, or to that of the cyclist. Again, I support the improvements based on the fact that it takes it out of the hands of kind of malice or ignorance. So thank you.
We do have a question. It'll have to be super quick and the answer quick as well, but we squeeze it in.
When you have a near miss, do you report that into the crash accident system, or does that you just go on with your day?
Oh, get on to the day.
So it's not not registered as an accident in our data then?
No, it's not registered as an accident. Well, it hasn't quite been. Yep. Give it some time, it might be.
So our data might not reflect the reality. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you, Simon. That's been useful. Thank you very much. Right, so we're moving to Caroline, I believe. Is that what we're up? online. Welcome, Caroline. It's 5 minutes, which will go by very quickly, and that, if you wish, needs to allow time for questions from councillors too. So, welcome, and over to you to start.
Hi, and thanks for the invitation to speak. It's well outside of my comfort zone, but here we are. So first of all, I wanted to say thank you for continuing to improve our streets to make it easier and safer for us all to get around. I live in Brooklyn. I'm an aged care nurse. I'm a parent. My partner works at Aro Video. My family and I use this route every day by bike, bus, car, or foot, often a combination depending on the needs of the day. I supervise school children crossing mid-Cleveland Street once a fortnight. I strongly agree that the street changes should be made permanent. The temporary cycleway was life-changing for us. We were able to reduce down to 1 car from 2. We now have a garage of bikes instead of a second car being parked on the street. With the changes from temporary to permanent, the things I wanted to see was the separation of the shared footpath sections, which has been included, so that's great. I love the pedestrian crossing across O'Hara Road between Brooklyn and Cleveland Streets. That's really necessary. People cross there all the time. I'm happy to see the merging of the 2 bus stops in that block, because as other people have said, it's kind of nonsense. And it also, like, the buses then are delayed in being able to pull back out into the intersection. I would like to try to see, if possible, a seat remain there, because half of the day that's the last stop that we can get on to get up to the higher part of Brooklyn where we actually live. And often I'm trying to make that journey with children. I'm really happy to see the cycleway both sides of that same block. A lot of the time, even just going from Todman Street towards the city, cars will try to pass you even though there's parked cars. And as the other person said, there's a trailer that's just been there for weeks and weeks. I saw that others have raised concerns about the removal of the bus stop near the bottom of the hill. And I just wanted to say, like, I don't have any input regarding exactly that, but as a frequent cyclist of that route, over the past 2 years, I've only had to wait behind a bus there 4 times. So that could be considered maybe to keep it if there was a big problem. Also, I would note with all of those bus stops coming up the hill that cars do not give way. And I'm not talking about 1 or 2 cars, like often up to 10 cars will just keep going, even the bus is indicating. My children will soon be teenagers, and my hope is that they will be able to get to and from high school independently, regardless of the mode. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. I actually did read your submission with interest about the point you made about the bus potentially coming into the Brooklyn stop because of the amenity of that stop. Would it be helpful if the stop that's proposed had a shelter and seating as a minimum? You've mentioned the seating, but nothing much, no suggestions about the shelter.
Honestly, for me, I think it's way better if the bus was coming into the bus stop that already exists near the Cleveland shops. You get to go to the library. If the bus is going to be like 5 to 10 minutes, you might be able to get to the shops. Having to walk out around the corner half of the day with your kids is already not ideal.
Okay. Those decisions are very much up to Metlink, of course, but we can pass your feedback on. Are there any other questions for Caroline? No, you've covered a lot in a short space of time. So we really thank you for that useful input and also for the details in your written submission. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so now we've got Sam. Hi, Sam. Welcome.
Hi, kia ora, thank you. I'm here representing a kind of informal group called Active to Brooklyn, or A to B. So we're a group of keen Brooklyn area residents that have been meeting on and off since 2016. We use the area to drive, walk, cycle, bus, and occasionally e-scooter. And we've come together, and what joins us is we want to ensure we're creating a vibrant, healthy and safe community. We want to make the most of Brooklyn area's proximity to the CBD for commuting and recreation and walking and cycling. And we want to help the community reduce their footprint. So we have been involved for a while. In 2016, we actually made submissions to the annual plan for 9 projects, one of including the Brooklyn Cycleway and some other community-based projects. The group has really driven the Vogelmorn bike track, bikes and schools facility, the pump track and the skills features. So we've been concentrating on that. And it's now great to submit on making the pop-up cycleway permanent, because that's been really a key part of what brought the group together initially. So obviously we strongly support the Brooklyn Connections project. Making the temporary cycleway permanent is a great improvement. And I think what was surprising for many of the even the more confident cyclists of the group is that the safety and space the cycle lane provided actually made us realise how tense we were cycling up that hill previously without it. So even though we were already cycling, having a protected space just makes you physically relax more. And I don't think any of us appreciated that before that went in. We're really pleased to see that the changes were being considered as part of overall improvement, so that's been really good. I'd just like to call out that the Brooklyn Road is a great transport route, but it does create a barrier between Brooklyn and the CBD and Central Park. And there's actually, at the moment, 0 safe crossing points between Brooklyn Lights and the bottom of Willis Street. There's nowhere to safely cross. So it's really good to see that addressed as part of these proposals, because it does create quite a barrier, especially to those of us that have had smaller children. There's just 4 specific things I'd like to call out. Obviously, we've written a more detailed submission. Some of the things we'd just like to think about what the pedestrian's desire line is. So some of the improvements actually move traffic crossings or move refuges slightly, but that's actually moving them away from a natural desire line of a pedestrian. So I think even if you move them, the one near Washington Ave is a classic, even if that moves slightly downhill, I still think we'll find that pedestrians cross straight across, because that is the natural route. And likewise, school kids and others using the side of Brooklyn Hill to get to Bidwell Street. Currently, they're starting to use the cycleway anyway. That's just going to continue. So let's just be honest about that and not try and force people on the other side. The Hero Road to Aro Street, great to see some traffic calming measures down that road. However, we think they should really focus on particularly the upper part of that road, particularly outside Tenera Crescent and Tenera Park. On the weekends, that's heavily used for football and cricket clubs, and a lot of people cross there. It's really hard, really hard to cross that road at the moment, because cars do hoon up and down it. So having a pedestrian crossing at Tenera Crescent, Tenera Park would both calm the traffic and make a safe access point for families. And lastly, the O'Hara Road to Todman Street area, it is an issue. We do support removing the on-street car parking along that area on both sides. There will be a loss of parking and storage areas for trailers and things, which have been talked about. There is a large amount of space on Helen Street that could be turned into angle parking, which would mitigate some of the loss of that car park. So we strongly suggest that's included as part of the project scope. And we also support the new crossing near the Brooklyn Medical Centre, because anytime you're behind a bus and you see people getting off, they're all just waiting to cross there. So it's, again, a natural desire line point, so let's just use it. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, your written submission, of course, was very fulsome as well, which was good. Are there any questions? I don't think I do have one. Can you describe a bit more about your group?
So we came together about 2016. It was basically just put out who's interested in looking at better walking and cycling and general active facilities up and down the Brooklyn area. And we all just met one morning before work, and it just kind of grew from there, and it's been an informal network that have come together mainly to submit on proposals like this and analyse them from a number of different perspectives, but also to drive the community work like better signage in Pole Hill through to the Tawataga Vogelmorn Reserve Bikes and Schools project, which has resulted in quite a good, if I might say so, facility at Vogelmorn Park with heavy involvement of the council. So it was really good that they came along and supported that as well.
Turning up to the opening, and it was very good.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Ongoing success.
Okay. Oh, how many people are roughly associated with your group?
I'd say we've got about 20 plus on and off, just depending on the issue and who's got time to meet.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Sam. That's really appreciated.
Sorry, Councillor Free, I've just had Holden's apologies come through as well.
Okay. Thank you. We can note those. So I think we've got Debbie online. We're just skipping Tim, and we'll come back to him later because I don't think he's here yet. But Debbie, I saw you before. Hope you're still there. Welcome. Lovely to see your face. And as I've been saying, and I'm sure you've heard, it's 5 minutes, but I know you'll make good use of that. over
Yeah,
to you.
I'm actually speaking on behalf of somebody else who was meant to speak but couldn't as well. Okay, now I've been a driver, cyclist, you name it. I've worn all sorts of hats and actually lived in several suburbs in Wellington, actually. So what I'm about to say, I think, applies to the whole of Wellington, not just out here in Brooklyn. Now, I've been out here just over a year. Now, the first thing we need to do is actually reduce the speeds around all schools and pedestrian crossings, because you look at the speed that people drive down Brooklyn Road, somebody's going to go ploughing through somebody's property one day, and I hope it's not Central Park Apartments. So that's the first point. The second point, we need to make all pedestrian crossings existing and new more visible, and I think the design you have come up with will do that. But we need to go one step further, because we need to idiot-proof the roads. We need a flashing sign that says you're about to approach a pedestrian crossing, please slow down now, because there's a lot of debate about where you're meant to start slowing down. And I think that would resolve that. The next thing is to do traffic lights. There are traffic lights where I am, and we need to do what you did at Bay Road, because years ago I witnessed a courier driver nearly hit a woman pushing a pram. Oh, he got an earful. And I lodged a complaint with you guys, and you changed the format where all sides of a controlled intersection is stopped at the same time, and pedestrians on all sides cross at the same time. But sadly, in 2018, 3 separate drivers ran the same red light, and then they nearly hit 12 of us. So I made 3 calls, and a red light camera was going to be put there. So we need to roll those out too. But we also need to add those countdown timers for pedestrians at controlled intersections, because there's not enough time to cross. I find those make me feel safer crossing with that countdown. So we need to do that. The one thing I don't approve of with what you guys want to do is removing 2 bus stops at 29 Brooklyn Road and across the road. Please don't. If you have to refigure where you're going to put the pedestrian crossing and stuff, I'm more than happy to work with you guys. A lot of people are up in arms. Don't pull a Greater Wellington Regional Council stunt from 2018 where they took away Rintosh Street's bus service. They're angry. They want their bus service back. But so don't pull that here. A lot of people use those bus stops, including myself. I've got arthritis, and my knee gives way when I walk. So I can't do a lot of walking outside. That's why I have a mobility scooter. And that bus stop being just across from 29 Brooklyn Road is very handy. But having a pedestrian crossing there would also be very helpful. So please think about that. We don't want to go back to what it was like here parking, where people were parking on the footpath, because,
Thank you, Debbie. So by 29 Brooklyn Road, you're talking about the one that's down the bottom near the council flats. Am I right?
That's correct. Oh, opposite Berkeley Dallard Apartments. So those 2
sorry.
bus stops.
Yep. Okay. Are there questions for Debbie? Yeah. Well, I feel like we should, but yeah, it was nice and clear. Yeah, I guess we have heard that people are not so worried about the bus stops. There's a couple that are very close together, but what you're saying is the one down the bottom is important to a lot of people. And we've also heard, however, that's not used a huge amount or doesn't provide a, Can you just elaborate a little bit more about the bus stop?
Yeah, both bus stops are used, and tenants are not happy that they're going to be removed. Please don't remove those. If you have to reconfigure stuff, and I'm more than happy to work with you guys to do that, then that's fine. But leave the bus stops there. Okay. People do use them.
Okay. Well, you've been very clear on that one. Oh, thank you. I don't think we've got any further questions, but thank you very much for your useful feedback. Thank you,
Not
Debbie.
a problem. Thank you. Cool.
Okay,
Bye.
You. Right. Moving to.
Tim is here, so we've got a little break next 20 minutes.
Tim is here.
We can always squeeze him in after the break.
Okay, so we're still waiting on one of our submitters to arrive, so we're actually going to take a break a little bit earlier. And I think we will break until, what have we planned, 15 minutes? Oh, okay, we can break until 1:15. So we'll be back at 1:15 promptly, please, if that's okay with everybody. Thank you. And we have received some apologies from Puiwi Holden as well. We've now and is he Turn up. Okay, right. So we're going to move on to David Tripp. You're up next. David, even though I know you're an organisation, we have had to restrict time a little bit because we've just had so many people who want to speak. So it is 5 minutes. We'll be as generous as we can. May let you run over a little bit because we've actually had someone who hasn't arrived yet. So your mic may not be on. Is it?
Is there magic to this?
Hello.
Oh,
there is
that's it.
Kia ora mā te atua tātou katoa e are. David Tripp, presenting for the Hut Cycle Network. There we go. But wearing my doctor hat, I need to remind you that cycling reduces all-cause mortality by over 40%. I've shown you these slides before. These debates are often about car parks. For me, they're not. They're about who will die unnecessarily. And cycling is a very powerful lever that you have to achieve that end. We are having trouble here. Does someone have a magic button? Okay, can you push it once more? And because we won't, in the interest of time, we'll... There we go. Also, to ask you, as you consider Thornton Quay, to please keep it in the context of the much bigger picture that this is about. Thornton Quay is one link in a chain that will connect our two regions, two cities. The chain will be as strong as its weakest link. Outlined in our submission were some of the benefits we see from this corridor. It is forecast to be accommodating 2,000 plus cyclists within 3 years of completing. We will halve the risk of cancer and heart disease for all those on those cycles. You're going to free up about 1,000 car parks in Wellington by people changing to another mode. So while we are talking about the loss of some car parks, Wellington as a whole is a strong net benefit. It's a very cheap option to reduce the congestion that is going to flow over your city as you fit another 50,000 people in, and of course our climate emergency. This is also very personal. This is me on the pavement. That is my spine with 4 broken vertebrae. I should not have to put my life at risk to do the right thing. Can we please have safe cycle infrastructure? I note the Thornton Quay, the Thornton Collective has raised some concerns about the cycle path. I can assure councillors that we've been actively involved in iterations of the design. We think what is being proposed is safe. I want to acknowledge the impact of this on businesses on Thornton Quay. And address that in 3 ways. One is to say we went through similar difficulties with the Hutt Road path, where I think Councillor Free was in touch with 76 businesses, all of whom lost all their car parking. And to my knowledge, last time it was checked, none had moved out because of lack of car parking. I hope that many of the fears about loss of car parking will not be realised. Secondly, I'd like to put a plug in for cyclists as Wallets on Wheels. You are bringing 2,000 people a day for whom stopping is very easy through Thornton Quay. We need to find good ways to help businesses make the transition to the world we need to move to, but we can't not change. Finally, I'd just like to address the issues raised by the Thornton Collective again about, well, wouldn't the cycleway be better either through the rail yards or on Hātepe Quay? Just to mention that we've been around that Mulberry Bush a number of times in the last decade, this being the 7th time I've appeared to present on Thornton Quay over that decade. And a couple of times it's been extensively looked into. We've been around the Mulberry Bush. The Mulberry Bush, I'm sorry, is dead. Those are not viable options. I'll leave it there in the interest of time, and very happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Chung. Can you keep it brief, though?
Thanks very much, David. Whereabouts did you actually have your accident?
That was on Hutt Road, so just a wee bit further north, and the old, what was the footpath we biked on, it's now good.
Okay.
I feel safe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what actually caused that? Was it a car coming too close to you at that time?
No, it was a pole in the middle of the path.
Oh.
Obstructions.
It was obstructions. It was not safe cycle infrastructure. We need safe cycle. The worst thing to run into is a car, by the way, so I haven't done that yet.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other questions? I'm sure there will be. No? Well, it's nice to see that you're very positive about this. Would you consider what we're doing a bit of a missing link at present?
In time, it will be. Certainly, the Te Ara Tupua from Ngaronga to Petone is going to be an awesome facility, and that's going to open you up to what they're forecasting a couple of thousand cyclists a day choosing to commute this way into Wellington, and they are going to carry on to Thorndon Quay. So Thorndon Quay will be very much the weak link once Te Ara Tupua is open.
Thank you, David. And we always, as always, appreciate the insights that you give us from your medical point of view. Thank you. Right, so moving on to David Phipps. Do we have him online?
Yes, you do.
Welcome, David. It's 5 minutes. It will go by quite quickly, and it needs to include time for questions if you'd like that.
I only need a couple of brief minutes. What I'd like to say, I have a property at 90 Hutt Road, which is next to Railways Land and just sort of south of Nio Gorge. If the medium barrier goes in the middle of that strip, every vehicle entering that property from Wellington needs to travel to Naranga to perform a legal U-turn. So in a heavy vehicle, if you try and do a U-turn there, it's really, really hazardous. And I'd invite all of you to ride shotgun or ideally drive if you've got the right class of license, a heavy vehicle, and try and perform a U-turn there without needing brown trousers. It's horrendous. What I'd like to look for is a win-win solution where the businesses along there can continue to move. And I take on board what the previous person was saying about car parking in Thorndon Quay. This isn't about car parking, this is about access to the premises. It goes far beyond that. My tenants there, all of their work is done with heavy vehicles, medium and heavy. They do all of their work for Wellington Water. If they add what can be an hour's return trip to turn into the yard from Wellington, every trip, it's coming straight onto council costs. And it's more hazardous. So using the same argument that was used for the pedestrian crossing at Cobham Drive, where you only have to stop for 15 seconds, as we're repeatedly told, would we not put restrictions on the cycling movements and the cycling speeds down the footpath, maybe only for an hour a day, which is frankly, it's only really 7:30 to 8:30, but it's hard. So the heavy vehicles, which are the lifeblood for those businesses there, can continue to access those businesses there. That's really what I have to say.
Okay. Are you speaking a little bit from personal experience as well? And can you tell us a little bit more about?
Certainly. So coming across, making a right-hand turn into that site, the traffic comes in waves dictated by the lights at the bottom of Nio Gorge. The cyclists come along gradually and the pedestrians come along gradually. 99% of the time, it's absolutely fine. The cyclists have got good lights, good high vis, and travelling 15, 20k an hour. Then there are some bikes, black lycra, no or minimal lights, travelling 35k an hour. And that tends to be where the incidence comes in. But honestly, merging in a truck, it's slow. You're not going fast. If a truck was to hit a cyclist, it's going to be doing 5 or 10k an hour. At Naranga, if a car hits a truck, it's going to go under the truck at 80k an hour. People die.
All right. We do have a question from Councillor Calvert.
You mentioned about the medium strip, and I just wonder whether officers can clarify, because I understood the median strip is no longer going in. Is there an officer that can just clarify that? The median strip? Yeah, it was referred to, but I understood from Let's Get Wari Moving last week there's no medium strip going in now?
No, there isn't Hutt Road, but this is all around Thorndon Quay. So you'll hear Hutt Road in a month's time.
But which part of, can I just clarify, which part of Hutt Road are we talking about here? Is this Thorndon Quay, sir, or was this on Hutt Road?
It was Hutt Road I asked to talk about, and I understood this meeting was about both projects.
No, we haven't put the Hutt Road traffic resolution. We're not hearing that one this month.
Right.
Okay.
It's nice to be ahead of my time for one.
That's true. Well done. Okay, so yes, at the moment it is just about Thorndon Quay, but in a very, very small section of Hutt Road, right at the southern end. But yeah, I'm sure you would have another opportunity to come and speak at the meeting about Hutt Road, should you desire. But we have heard what you've got to say. I've taken notes.
Look forward to addressing your opinion. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, David, for coming and for making those points. Thank you.
And just really trying to find win-win solutions instead of us and them solutions. This is not the city I grew up in. It's becoming very polarised.
All right. Well, thank you for that feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Paul Robinson.
Good
Welcome,
afternoon,
Paul.
everybody. I'm Paul Robinson. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. We seem to have slipped forward a slide. So just acknowledging Dr. Tripp's accident beforehand and referring to last Thursday. There go two photographs that I've taken on my way home. First is vehicle turning right out of Tinakori Road, motorcycle spread eagled across the road, and to say that that would have been resolved, that accident would not have happened if, as the traffic officer said, before the Green Madness, we advocated 3 sets of traffic lights along Thorndon Quay to deal with the intersections. The one on the right is more pertinent to Dr. Tripp because that's outside, carrying on home, that's outside Spotlight. And that's a cyclist who's T-boned a car pulling out of the Spotlight car park. That accident could easily have been prevented by the introduction of dismount bars. That's a complex intersection. Traffic's coming down Kaifara, traffic coming along this way, people pulling out there are looking for cyclists, they're looking across the road, they're looking at a variety of things. It's just obvious. I cannot understand why for $3,000 or $4,000 you didn't put in dismount bars 6 years ago. Let's hope I've got my button right. So here goes your crash history, just showing that if you look at all the little black dots, if you can see them up there along the thing, they're all happening at intersections. And there has been this preoccupation with car parks and safety, and it's just wrong. If you'd put, as the traffic officer said, 3 sets of traffic lights along Thorndon Quay 6 years ago, and in my case, 1,650 emails ago, these accidents wouldn't be lining up like that. The second point I really want to make are around what I would describe as relatively shambolic set of costs and benefits for this project. We've gone from 56 million through to 90 million. The particular benefits that I wanted to query up there were general traffic rate. We know that there is going to be a 12% reduction in capacity coming along Hutt Road, Thorndon Quay, when the bus lane's put in. In the original business case there, which you can see, there was reference, not included in the cost-benefit analysis, but reference to a $105 million disbenefit that was arising from traffic congestion. Now, somewhere along the line, that disbenefit has been excluded from the funding proposals, etc. It's just very, very dubious. The other one that I did want to talk to is the safety benefits there. And I just wonder you if you can see that little package there. That business case along Hutt Road is predicated on 56 accidents that historically are supposed to have happened along there. If you analyse those accidents and see what has actually happened, there are 2 accidents, I think one in about 2000, one in about 1980 and one in 2002. The risks of those accidents reoccurring was mitigated when they reduced the speed limit. Now, for the life of me, I don't care what extrapolations you do about 2 serious accidents. You can't get to $40 million worth of cost savings on that. The numbers don't stack. And what my concern and why I get distressed is that I can't see anywhere with an officialdom that there's been any pushback on the officers to justify their numbers. I would just request that you go and ask for some granularity around those numbers. How many accidents are you actually basing this huge benefit projection on? So, just looking at the next slide, where whoops. I'm just concerned about the impact on business. I want to talk to that because we presented a petition to this council 18 months ago that had 1,500 signatures that requested that you assess the impact on business. And at the time, that was rejected because your officers informed you that there would only be a $34,000 reduction in car parking revenue per year. But tucked away in paragraph 92 of your funding paper, but not included in any business cases, there's a reference in June of this year saying that the car parking revenue is going to reduce by $311,000. Now, how can council possibly say that's not going to have an impact on business? If you do the maths on that, I think that's somewhere between $70,000 and $100,000 customer visits. My colleagues downstairs in the retail shops will tell you that a customer visit is worth $150,000. $150. If you calculate that, that's a potential loss of revenue to Thorndon Quay of $11 million. If you use the same methodology that Waka Kotahi do to calculate their cost benefits, you end up with a disbenefit of several $100 million. So I just feel like we've been misinformed about the impacts on business. There's been refusal to consider the impacts on it. Now you've disclosed, not to the businesses, but to yourselves, a 331,000 reduction in car parking revenue. How can you in good conscience pass these resolutions without telling Thorndon Quay businesses?
Okay, Paul, we have run out of time. I've let it run over a little bit because I realised you put a lot of time and energy into preparing your submission, but we don't actually have time for questions. But I presume those slides that you presented today, I haven't actually had a chance to check, are attached to your submission?
Yes, they were certainly sent through to Marcella this morning.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to Emma, I think it is. Emma from the dance studio online. Huh. Welcome, Emma.
Hi, Sarah. Hi, everybody. I have a very short submission, so I'm willing, if there's extra time, that Paul's question could be answered if someone is available to address it. So I actually, it's kind of surprising, I'm in support of one of the parts of the traffic resolution, which is the delaying of the dedicated PM bus lane. This was something that myself and Steve from the Childcare Centre put in our submissions, and it was also in the Thorndon Quay Collective submission. And really, it's very soothing to know that it was listened to. It was sort of the first time I felt like something from the business community has been included in any of these plans. And I understand that it will eventually become an evening bus lane on the northbound side within 2 years. But it just gives us a tiny bit of breathing space to help adapt to the massive changes that are happening on Thorndon Quay. And all of us who are in business on the street have long-term leases, so we can't adapt, we can't move as things change. So being able to have a little bit of time to get used to one side of the street drastically changing before the other side of the street changes is very welcome. So I just wanted to point that out, that is included and it is very helpful, especially for businesses on that side of the street.
Okay, thank you for that. I take it you're in opposition to the other changes that are proposed. You said you support that, but yeah. Did you want to make any other comments, or are you opening up for questions? Actually, we do have a question from Councillor Calvert, but you do have a little bit of time.
This has been a really long journey. In general, I'm in support of everything that helps the environment and cycling. I just starting to feel, it's just difficult being on the wrong side of this the whole time and feeling that what you do in the community doesn't matter. And, we are doing something that I do feel matters. And the fact that parents have to bring preschool children in their cars doesn't make them bad people or anti-environment. And it's just difficult to be treated as the bad guy since 2017 now. So in some ways, I'm just wanting it to be over. And I'm just very pleased about the bus lane not going in, because it will help us make that transition more smoothly. But yeah, it's an extremely emotional topic. I think it's caused a huge amount of division in Wellington, and especially on Thorndon Quay. And it's been very difficult to deal with the cycling groups. And I think their positions are too extreme.
Can I just ask one question quickly, then we'll go to Councillor Calvert. Are you in favour of the proposed 30k speed reduction? That's just mainly the shopping and services bit of Thorndon Quay.
Yeah, I am. And that's in the first working group, that was one of the solutions that we put forward as being, it's actually only 900 metres, the shopping precinct. And to have, it's a high activity area, there's a lot going on. Of course, it makes sense to slow down the speeds in that particular area. I won't comment on Hutt Road because I don't have the background on that.
Okay, thank you for that, and we'll move to Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Emma. Now, this information came out asking for your feedback last year, but we're only just now hearing it now. What's your views on that? I mean, has things changed, do you think, since you were first asked your views last year?
I think it takes a lot of energy to have your views included, and it's taken a significant amount of work of everybody on Thorndon Quay to be involved in this process. We've been left off emails and all sorts of chaotic things like that, and then the people we're dealing with have changed several times over the last 3 years. But I do feel heard a little bit by the last group of planners, so I'm going to give credit there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Emma? No, well, we do appreciate you coming, and I know it has been a long process. It feels like a long process to me as well, going back probably, quite a few years now. So but thank you for continuing to be engaged and coming and giving us your feedback. Yeah, and it's good that you did feel heard about something. So thank you, Emma.
So please pass the bus lane delay, please. I really think that will be beneficial to every single person on the street and even all the residents of Hobson Street.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Right.
Kia ora koutou, Alex Dyer, and this is my co-chair of Cycle Wellington, Linda Beatson, so hope you don't mind her joining in. Take it away,
Okay,
Linda.
so thank you for this opportunity to speak. Cycle Wellington obviously strongly supports this project. We think cycling is good for Wellington and cycling is great for Wellingtonians. Investing in cycling is also climate action. These projects align with several other council policies and objectives. Of particular importance to Cycle Wellington is that more and better infrastructure will enable a greater number and diversity of people in our communities to choose to ride their bikes for more journeys. We're here today to speak on behalf of the many supporters of Cycle Wellington who want to see a safer, more equitable and more accessible mobility environment in our city. The Thornton Quay Hutt Road project is a critical corridor for better, safer cycling. As the primary gateway to the north of the city, and with Te Ara Tupua currently under construction, the importance of providing a safe, comfortable welcome to the city for people on bikes cannot be overstated. The two-way cycleway layout is a pragmatic approach for this location, given it will extend this format from further north on Old Hutt Road. We welcome all measures that reinforce physical separation of motorised traffic from the cycleway, and especially at driveways and side streets. We note that the speed management process being undertaken by Wellington City Council has been postponed, so hope that this project will find a way to ensure safe speeds are applied in any case. We support facilities such as raised tables that improve safety for people who are walking in the Thornton Quay area also.
Cheers. Yeah, I was just going to pick up on some points about the buses. So, yeah, we're strongly in support of bus services along this corridor being more reliable. And, yeah, in our submission, we call for the operating times of the bus lanes to be extended. It's a shame to see the introduction of bus lanes being delayed in a climate crisis. We need more people to use less polluting and more equitable forms of transport as soon as possible. So having buses run in a dedicated space will allow them to operate more frequently and make sure that they are smooth running and make buses more attractive to people. We have concerns as well about the bus the timings of the bus lanes. We're just because we deal so much with other issues to do with enforcement of car parking, so we're just wondering how those bus lanes will be well enforced when they are in operation eventually. Just want to point out that, we noticed that the designs that we reviewed had a lack of bike parking in general, which was disappointing. The designs, of course, had a lot of detail about car parking that was being retained, and projects such as this really do need to incorporate, when they're delivering such significant streetscape changes, they should be responsible for properly accommodating new and improved cycle parking wherever possible. And this was a criticism we had, or a concern we had, I guess, of the Golden Mile designs that came out recently as well. There are a number of other improvements in our written submission, so please review those. I hope they have been considered. Of note, I'd just like to pick up on discussion about greenery and street trees. I know there's a challenge to add street trees where there's underground services, but we hope that there'll be as much addition of especially potentially canopy greenery. We're going to have a hotter environment, so we need to be planting trees as well as we can, as soon as we can. Ngā mihi nui. Any questions?
Yeah, are there any questions? Alex, I'm going to ask you one which actually was brought up by Paul Bruce. It was about speed humps, and he personally doesn't want them to be too big because he hasn't got suspension on his bike. Have we got the design of our speed humps right?
In this project?
Well, just generally, just a general comment around Wellington.
Well, it seems that there are a variety of speed humps. Of note are the speed humps out front of the fire station at the end at the Oriental Bay end, and they're a concern because they're rather sharp and small, and we worry about people that are on smaller wheel devices with those ones especially. In general, we're in favour of traffic calming, and if speed humps are the needed thing, but I would point out that there are a lot of other traffic calming measures before you actually use speed humps.
Yes, I will allow one more question because we haven't had that many. Iona, Councillor Pennant.
I understand you're fine with scooters sharing cycle lanes. But can I just dig into that a little bit? You don't think there's any conflict when someone's commuting fast into work and they can go about the same speed?
In conflict, how with a scooter?
No, or with cyclists.
I think it's really about matching up the velocity and the size of a vehicle. So a person on a scooter is roughly a similar weight and velocity and momentum as a person on a bicycle. A lot of those scooters, if you actually try and pick them up, are heavier than a lot of bicycles. We're concerned, I guess, about any amount of massive discrepancy between speeds of users. So it's about matching the right scale and speed in the space, which is why we do what we do for cycling for so long, because we're so out of that scale to do with large vehicles and people on feet.
Can I just add that we certainly don't think that scooters should belong on the footpath with pedestrians. They do belong with bikes.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we really have run out of time, but thank you as always for your input. We'll move now to Catherine Underwood. I'm not sure. Welcome, Katie.
Hi, Sarah. Hi. You all know me. Like every other cycle lane in Wellington, pretty much, this is a destination cycle lane. It's from the city to Petone, and it doesn't allow for those who want to get off part way. I work in Thorndon, and the cycle lane on the one side of the road in a bi-directional nature will be no use to me. Furthermore, the bi-directional nature of cycle lanes there's huge conflict between oncoming traffic. Usually I'm against the major flow of the cycle lane, and I find it terrifying when I've got cyclists coming towards me, overtaking other cyclists in the hope that I may or may not get out of the way in time for the one coming towards me to get out of the way, because I've got nowhere to go. And if you've ever done it, it is actually terrifying. I am fortunate in that I don't have to commute during commuter hours, which is quite relaxing. To be honest, I'd rather follow the road rules and cycle on the road, because at least you know what a car is going to do. If you are going to do this, and I know that you probably are, I would request that your street planting be natives, and if they can't be natives, that you plant fruit trees. I also believe that there's no need to do any of this if you're going to reduce the speed limit to 30k. There's many an e-bike and an e-scooter that can go faster than 30k, including my own if I'm so inclined. And I agree with everything that Emma said. It's very seldom that anybody gets anything past the extreme nature of some of the cycle groups, as you'll find out from us tomorrow. But thank you very much. Any questions?
That was very, very succinct, but thank you, Katie. Do we have some
Honestly,
questions?
it was so long ago since I wrote my submission, I forgot I said I'd speak, and I'm just very fortunate to be here today because I am post-operative, so I'm not on my bike, so I'm experiencing speed bumps and taxis, which is really, really uncomfortable.
When you said see you tomorrow, is that about you coming back tomorrow, are you, for the Brooklyn one?
Yet.
Okay, all right, okay. Are there any questions for Katie? Yes, we have one from Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Katie. I was just interested, 30k speed limits, do you think drivers inherently do obey those when we just put signposting if we don't do anything else to do street or traffic calming?
Well, given that I saw the council out today ticketing everybody $150 who was in the Bowen Street bus park, bus lane at would have been about 10:20 this morning, you could use those resources elsewhere to perhaps follow the speed limit. But 30k is actually really slow, as I understand some of the councillors here have experienced 30k coming home from meetings into town just to see what it's like. I would go for 40k myself, but that's just me.
All right, well, I think that's it, unless we've got another question. But thank you very much, Katie, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'll donate my 2 minutes to Lawrence.
Oh, right. Okay. Right, well, I think next up, we'll keep that in mind. Next up is Blair. Is Blair here?
Kia ora, yes I am. I'm sorry I'm online. The day got away with me. Kia ora koutou, ko Blair Lodgepere toku ingoa. I am a resident of Thorndon Quay, and I have presented to one of your committees previously or in an engagement session previously, but it has been quite a while since I put through this submission. So apologies, I have read through the agenda and I'm trying to keep my feedback succinct and aligned to what you're talking about today. So as I mentioned, I'm a resident, but I'm also a member of the body corporate of the building that I live in. So I'm at 163 Thorndon Quay, which is above the Baby on the Move shop. So I do also have a responsibility as a body corporate member to ensure that decisions that are made about Thorndon Quay are useful for our businesses. We are a leaseholder and therefore need to ensure that they are getting a fair deal. So I want to recognise the businesses along Thorndon Quay, specifically those that have faced challenges with some of their customers coming to terms with some of the changes that have already happened along Thorndon Quay. And I know that some businesses have been able to adapt more easily than others, which I think is reflected in some of my comments in my submission. I'm really supportive of a 30k speed zone. I think reduction in speed along Thorndon Quay for safety reasons is really beneficial for everyone because it is such a mixed use environment. I have several colleagues who have been in accidents along the stretch of road as cyclists and in cars, and quite substantial issues from those crashes, so needing surgery and prolonged surgeries and et cetera, so lots of safety issues that we have seen in our 3 years of living on the road. And I think we, as pedestrians, are really keen to see some uplift in how the road is configured for pedestrians. So we have a dog, we walk him along the street. We're very lucky that we have a park within walking distance of our residents, but walking along the street can be challenging when there is lots of mixed use with cyclists and scooters and cars and other pedestrians. And as a scooter user, I try and be very mindful of pedestrians, but it can be quite difficult. So I'm very much in favour of shared use between cyclists and scooters along the stretch. But I do think that there is a very likely a need for further enforcement as these changes happen. So speed along the stretch of road during rush hour traffic is normally pretty slow because it's at peak hours. But on a Saturday night at about 8 o'clock, there's often lots of hoons coming along the road because it's a nice empty stretch of road. But there's not a lot of pedestrians. So I think that's not ideal, but also not a huge issue. So I think the stretch of road is really, really quiet after business hours and after rush hour. And there isn't a lot of activity along the stretch of road. So I think we just need to keep all of those things in mind with decisions that are being made. I do think a staged approach to any changes is really useful. As I mentioned earlier, I think some people have struggled more than others with the changes, particularly people who are utilising car parks to drop off children, both at the childcare centres and the dance studio. I think there's definitely some more enforcement that could be in place in those areas to make that safer for both those who are being dropped off and those who are utilising the road, whether as a cyclist or as a car user. That's really all I had to share.
Oh, well, that's been really useful. Are you, you've mentioned quite a few things you do support. Are there some things that you're less keen on?
Not really. I think all of the changes you're proposing they make sense to me as a city dweller, and we don't own a car, so I suppose my views are far less car centric and more pedestrian and cycle centric. So I know that I am coming from a different position because I don't own a vehicle.
Right. Well, are there any other questions? Because I'm sure there might be. No. Well, thank you for the feedback you've given us, especially as with wearing all those different hats in relation to the road we're talking about. So it's your feedback's very valuable to us and appreciated. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for your time.
Right. So we are moving to Michelle.
Kia ora. I'm Michelle and I'm from Y Studios, and we're a sign manufacturers based on 69 Hut Road. So that's in between Sar Road and the bridge that you've got that goes over this road that we're all talking about. And I'm kind of here representing the group that seems to have been forgotten in all of this. We are light industrial and manufacturing. We can't cycle to work. At the moment, we already car share or carpool where we can. So the people who come up from Whitby, there's 3 of us that come in one vehicle to the office. And again, from the people from Island Bay, they share vehicles, but we need vehicles. We carpool partly for the environment and partly because parking is already very, very limited. And with the plans of the bus lane and taking away car parking, that literally leaves us and the other businesses in that area in a very tricky situation. All of the businesses along that stretch that I'm talking about are manufacturing or light industrial. So there is no other solution. In order to conduct our business, we need to take signs in vehicles. We've got sheet metal workers as well who have to deliver stuff, again, in vehicles. We need to be able to load them safely. At the moment, when you're talking about, and I'm hoping I'm hearing this correctly, that the bus lane may still stay there for the time being, on the, not the bus lane, may not come just yet, but on the right-hand side of the road where our offices all are. If those go and those parks go from there, we have to cross that road, which is fairly busy, with all these materials to unload or load because we can't always get it into the building. Being sign writers, we sign write vehicles. We need somewhere to park these vehicles once we've done them. And these businesses are either in long-term leases or they own the premises. We bought our premises just before the pandemic. And it's easy to say, we'll sell up and we'll move, but it's not that easy because trying to sell a building with no parking is going to make that very, very tricky. Plus, being manufacturing, we need certain type of space and layouts and things for our business to work. So really, I'm just asking you to consider us, consider the people who are stuck there, consider the people who rely on vehicles, and as much as we'd love to do away with vehicles, and we have started bringing in hybrids, we're there, we're where we are, and we need those parking facilities. We need to be able to bring the vehicles that we've got because we don't have excess. All the vehicles that are there are justified, they're needed for the business, and that's the same with all of my colleagues up that stretch of road. I was going to talk about all the health and safety things, but I think that's been well and truly covered.
Just to clarify, are you saying that the delay of the implementation of the bus lane on one side of the road is helpful to your...
It is for the time being, but we would still need to know timeframes because if this is going to happen, we have no choice but to sell our building and to look for somewhere else. And I know that a lot of the other people there that rent that are in long-term leases, it is going to impact them. They have said that business may not be viable for a lot of them. It certainly wouldn't for us. We certainly could not survive there without that.
Okay, so information about timeframes and keeping in contact with staff and us is going to be really important. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, we wouldn't move. We've invested, we've rebranded, we've done the building up, we've, set it out, taken down walls, done everything we need to make that right for us, which has cost us thousands. And to sell it as well, we know we're going to be having an economic loss if we sell it, so we're not going to be able to get somewhere else as good as that. But if it absolutely has to be done, we need timeframes, and we're talking years' notice, like a couple of years, 3 years, as much as you could give in order for us to be able to adequately source and move into new premises and set it up. There's actually a surprising amount in setup just for what we do, and the carpenters, the sheet metal workers, I'm sure theirs is just as complicated as ours.
We do have a question, I think, from Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Michelle. Thanks for coming in today. Can I just clarify two things? The Hutt Road businesses, so is that along Thornton Quay as well?
Yes.
It's all of you or kind of a group?
There's a whole stretch of us. So when you look up from where SARS Road is and then go up to that bridge, there's a whole lot of buildings, and about 99% of them are industrial.
Yep.
And manufacturing. So yeah, we're all along that stretch, all on the one side of the road where you eventually plan to remove the free parks.
Yep.
So yeah, so the only parking available to us then would also be after 9 o'clock and on the opposite side of the road, which when we all start work at 8, again, doesn't really suit.
Yeah. And so then just to clarify, is it for personal, like as in for your team to be able to get access their car parking, or do you have a measurement on how much you need the street for your business car parking?
This is purely looking just for our employees at the moment.
Just employees, okay.
Ideally, I mean, we do maybe about 3 or 4 vehicle wraps a week, and we have to wrap those inside, which is why we can't bring any vehicles inside, because we've got those in there. So we can store those there to a degree, but generally we would move them into a parking bay until they were collected. But yeah, we're just thinking purely for us, and we're seeing growth at the moment as well, which would mean we'd need a couple more vehicles potentially. But yeah, and even just getting our deliveries, like that driver who was on before talking about doing deliveries in that area, that's already a nightmare as it is. And we do have big lorries coming to unload sheets of material, heavy rolls of vinyls, and other stuff that we need for our industry.
So we keep it quick because we have really run out of time, but one more very quick one.
No, it was just, did you, I mean, obviously you can tell that the city's and the whole city's in this situation with the constraint for space. Did you have any suggestions on how we could help? You know, can we design parking somewhere else? Was there any
because of the nature
contribution?
for all of these businesses, the stuff that we move is big and it's heavy. So really it needs to be where it is. Otherwise, and I did send a video, but I don't know if you've got it, and that was just showing two of our guys unloading a relatively small sign in Windy Wellington and crossing the road with it. I mean, luckily the traffic actually isn't that bad. I come from the UK, so I've seen far worse. And they could cross it, and you're keeping those hatchings in the middle, which is a godsend, because if you took those out, oh my God, that would be a nightmare. But it's still a risk then to other road users if we have to do that, because if we're having to carry, say, signs that are in 3-metre sections with gusts of wind that you have here to the other side of the road to load up. And that's just us. The other guys there have got make joinery, so they're talking heavy furniture. It's just we have to really have it on that side of the road. We can't have it too far, otherwise we wouldn't be able to transport it.
Okay, we have run out of time, but thank you, Michelle. That's useful information from a perspective that we may not hear a lot from, so thank you. Okay, we're moving to, I think we're up to Lawrence.
Tēnā koutou and tēnā ahi ahi, ko Lawrence Collingborn aho. I'm a cyclist on Hutt Road and Thorndon Quay. You may also know that I'm president of the Onslow Residents Community Association, but I'm here as an individual today. I want to thank you that you took away the angle parking on Thorndon Quay, because as a cyclist, the double cab utes were forcing me out into the carriageway. As someone parking in Thorndon Quay, I can't see past these big commercial vehicles to safely exit the parks, and that's all done. And my one big message for you is, job done. Save the 100 million. Okay? Post-COVID, it works. The thing is that $100 million, my granddaughter, Nico, does not have $500 to give you cash for this project, nor does any other preschool child, school child, student, university student, unemployed person on a fixed income, because that's what this project costs, $500 for every man, woman and child in this city. It's also the wrong design. I might take issue with some of the extremist cyclists, but to cycle down a two-way cycleway where there's only a vague mark in the middle of it to separate somebody coming at me at 70 kilometres an hour when I'm naked, I have no protection from any accident except for a helmet. I thought I'd catch your attention with that one. It's just not safe. Also, the cars, there are 30 exits on the eastern side of Thorndon Quay. They have to cross the pedestrians. They have to realise it's a two-way cycleway. They then have to see over the top of all these... Oh, they can't. They can't get out onto the carriageway safely. Just keep it as it is now. It works, is my message. Now, the other thing I wanted to say, and I forgot to bring my lovely pictures, but Toyota and Citroën, part of Stellantis, two biggest vehicle transport manufacturers in the world, are introducing their quarter-size electric vehicles for two people that cost $15,000 each, with a $7,000 cashback from our lovely government. That's the same price as an electric cycle. That's 21st century transport technology, not what you're trying to do catch up on the 20th century. And my real concern here is that actually you're bankrupting the council, because everywhere I go in Wellington City, water is coming out of the ground, and it's not because it's the Garden of Eden, right? And in my suburb, when it rains, excrement comes out of the ground because the wastewater system is overflowing. Now, in the last long-term plan, that was $2 billion to fix, but it wasn't put in the plan because, of course, the Auditor General doesn't allow you to put in costs into plans that you haven't properly researched. So we had a long-term plan with most of the known costs missing from it. Well, I tell you, the banks will come after you. Where I come from in England, Woking Borough Council went bankrupt this year. Executive leadership team, gone. Councillors, gone. And you don't say it couldn't happen again, because last month, Guildford City Council went bankrupt. And it's all for the same reason. They've overextended themselves on capital projects whose business cases were just piles of excrement. And I'm running out of time, but this business case does not take into account lost income from people not coming into Wellington, extra travel time of people who are now going to the Hutt City and to Pororua to shop, and the delay down this corridor, which just a 6-minute delay in peak time down this corridor will cost $1.6 billion over 40 years. Who's going to pay for all this? My granddaughter, Nico, 2 years and 4 months old. Before she was 2 years old, she learnt to say this: no, no, stop, stop. And that's my message to you this afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you. I think we have actually run out of time. Is it quick, Councillor Pennant? It'll have to be really super quick because we are running a wee bit behind schedule.
Sure, thanks, Lawrence. I'm just unclear why you're worried about cycling on a cycle path 2 directions, but it's okay to drive on a road, which is also
because
not
the
separated.
traffic's going the same way as me on the road, and I actually feel more comfortable with that. I have a rear view mirror that I check regularly to see if I think there's an issue or not. But if somebody just have you seen the videos about Kiwi Rail just put out? People just walk across crossings when trains are coming. Well, that's going to happen in spades here. And then what's going to happen? The cyclists are going to swerve at the last minute to try and avoid any hazards like that. And there isn't enough space. And we're now doing 70 kilometres an hour straight at each other. If I was doing 30 kilometres an hour down a road where traffic's only doing 40 kilometres an hour, it's a lot safer in my view.
It will be, of course, restricted to 30 kilometres an hour in parts of it now.
It'll only be
It applies to cycles as well.
Be 60 kilometres an hour head on. Head.
Okay, right. Well, thank you very much for that feedback.
Pleasure.
It's appreciated. All right, so now I think we have Dave Harwood online, or yes. Welcome, Dave. It's
Good.
5 minutes. It does go fast, and that needs to include time for questions. Thank you. Over to
Yep,
you.
that's okay. That's okay. It's a very, very quick observation. So I saw that the plan was to reduce traffic speed on Thorndon Quay from 50 kilometres an hour to 30 kilometres an hour. My only observation was, and I understand why you want to try to limit or dissuade cars from entering the city, but simply on the way out, if the traffic types are segregated, so we've got safety provisions for cyclists, why not let the traffic get out the city as quickly as it can? So just maintain that exiting lane at 50 kilometres an hour. That was it.
Oh, that's very succinct. Do we have any questions from committee members or others? Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for that. Do you think one of the reasons for looking at reducing the speed limit from 50 to 30 is because of safety? And we are told that if you get hit by a car doing 30, the damage will be a lot less than 50. So do you think that if we left that road at 50, do you think that there'll be any added risk, or do you think that people would, or do you think there'd be any added risk?
Well, given it's 50 at the moment, I don't think the risk would be increased. If there's a problem you're looking to solve, if you've got some statistics around injuries, then absolutely. But my thoughts are that as we mature that whole highway, and traffic segregation is important. Obviously, you heard the man before with a few thoughts on that. But if we can pull cycle traffic away from cars, and we've got proper light controls on pedestrian crossings rather than people just charging across the road in front of cars, no, I don't really see a huge risk. Certainly not from my journeys on that road.
Great, thank you.
David, I might ask you a question myself. Why is it more important for vehicles? I mean, if you're thinking about the roading environment, why does it matter which direction the vehicles are going in terms of the speed they go?
It's purely to align with the idea that we probably want to reduce cars in the city. So it's the leaky bucket principle. If there's more water going out or water can flow out quicker than water can flow in, there's less water in the bucket. So it's just the idea that if we maintain the speeds on exit routes, even if you want to reduce them on entry routes, then we would end up with fewer cars in the city at any one time.
All right. Well, thank you for that view. I'm not sure. Are there any other questions for David? No. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that thought with us. And thank you for your
Wonderful.
time. Okay.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, moving to Jonathan. Oh, we're going to a break. Okay.
It's just like 8 minutes.
We have a short break for a stretch or whatever you need to do. We'll resume at 4. We'll make it 4:20 promptly. If you don't, sorry, 2:20. We'll take our places back at the table. That would be appreciated. And I'd also like to invite Jonathan to come to the either the table or the lectern, whichever is more comfortable. And we'll just wait for everyone to be seated. Okay, well, we'll let you get started. There's a couple still coming back, but they can hear what you're saying because they're in the room.
Opportunity to present. My name is Jonathan Barner-Thompson. I represent an association of heavy haulage operators. So my particular bunch, the house movers and the heavy haulage guys that transport the wind farm stuff, is all the more interesting transport loads, right? But I have also, as part of my I guess engagement with this, I have talked to Transporting New Zealand. So they're the nationwide, one of the nationwide associations for general freight, as well as the local road transport association. And it'd be fair to say we've all got concerns about the design of the raised platforms generally and their effect on freight, but also these platforms in particular heading up Brooklyn Hill. So I guess my question first off is this the first actual public consultation about the raised platforms on Brooklyn and Hero Road? So I guess, I don't know if anybody feels able to answer that, but is that the first time? I know up till now we've been talking about the trial bike lanes, but has there been any consultation? I just wanted to know if I've missed anything up till now, that was all.
Okay, we think this might in fact be the first time we've...
Okay.
Yeah, we've been...
Okay, no, listen, that's good, thank you, yeah. So I guess, yeah, so first of all, yeah, so my comments are directed at the changes to in particular to Brooklyn Road and to the upper part of a Hero Road, which are used by a lot of heavy vehicles, and obviously the proximity to the refuge station down at Happy Valley is the key thing for us. So, and in my experience, and listen, we're a nationwide association, I deal a lot with Auckland Transport, Christchurch City Council, all councils around the place. So it is quite unusual for raised platforms to be on a road like this with a reasonable gradient. I think, if I think back through all my experience, this is the first time we've actually seen something like this. And in light of that, perhaps it's strange that we haven't been able to have a discussion first with the roading designers about the technical aspects of this. So the technical aspects of actually having a raised platform and pedestrian crossings on the raised platform on a hill, and then also what the cross-section of the raised platforms is actually like. So I know these are not the first lot of raised platforms, but they're, in this particular instance, it is a heavy vehicle, well-used route. So I guess my question is, has there been any analysis by the designers about the effect on heavy transport of these platforms? And also, is there any information available about the number of heavy vehicles, then light vehicles, and then cyclists that actually use this Brooklyn and our Hero Road route? Because I guess that we have to look at number of road users and the impact that these platforms are going to be making on the different number of road users, whether they're on cycle, light vehicles, or heavies. So that would be a question that I'd like answered. So when I look at the plans, we've got 3 locations where heavy vehicles will need to come to a complete stop in order for pedestrians to cross the crossings. And in 2 other locations going up the hill, they're going to need to slow down. So up to 5 locations going up a hill, well, the heavy vehicles have to slow down and then either start or stop again. So this affects the momentum of the vehicles, and also, yeah, as I said, the need to actually restart from a hill start in these locations. So I have done a bit of research into NZTA advice about this issue. So there's 2 matters. There's a startability, which is the ability to commence forward motion going on a specified grade up a hill, and then gradability, which is the ability to maintain forward momentum once you're actually on a hill. So when I look at what NZTA says, obviously this is for state highways, doesn't recommend a grade of more than 10% on a state highway. And transmission gully, so that's a reasonably steep route for a big drag, is about 8%, right? However, so this is a bit more about the gradability aspect. So that's the ability to maintain forward momentum once you're going up a hill. And I guess you've probably all seen the trucks in the slow lane going up transmission gully, which is only 8%. So at present, so the information about the starting trucks on gradients needs a bit more research by the designers. I've looked into it. I can't see a lot of ready information about this. So my view is that really the designers of this need to do a bit more in-depth analysis about the startability of heavy trucks going up a hill. And if you think about the weather this morning, once the seal is wet as well, obviously it's something we get in Wellington, right? So what happens when you got wet seal, you got trucks having to start 3 times from stopped for letting pedestrians across as you're going up a hill, and then bumping over the raised pedestrian crossings. So, and I guess just a final comment, and I guess this is just one of these things. So the uphill passing lane I thought was quite good. I know that this has already been sort of consulted about, but I thought it was a shame that we lost the ability for trucks to be in the left-hand lane, for faster vehicles to pass them rather than getting stuck behind them. I don't have any anecdotal or other information about what it's like for other vehicles going up Brooklyn Hill behind heavy vehicles now. We've lost the slip lane, but I guess that's one of those things. I can see my 5 minutes is gone. So I guess...
I will give you a little bit of leeway because you're coming with a perspective we don't often hear. Right. So I think your feedback is valuable.
All right. So my one final comment was in summary. So we support the provision for the safe places for cyclists for use and for pedestrians to cross, but question whether this solution is the best one, and particularly the impact on heavy vehicles that frequently use this route.
Well, I think you've given us quite a bit to think about. It's almost like you've asked the questions, and
right.
But it certainly has given, I think, us or our just technical staff a little bit to consider. So,
right. Yep. So I mean, I welcome the opportunity to have that conversation with the road designers, which is quite in my experience with other councils around the country, this is quite often a conversation that we have at a technical level before we get to this level. Yeah.
Okay, well, that point's been noted, but thank you for coming in today and for your valuable feedback. Thank you.
No problem, thank you.
We will keep moving because we've got a huge number of people still to hear. So we've got another Jonathan. No, we've got Tom Benyon. Welcome, Tom.
Kia ora tātou. I think I've got a slides come up. Kia ora, I'm an environment lawyer here in a personal capacity, just come from a building that welcomes pets in the workplace. Just to say that I've been involved in the inner city bypass, the Basin Bridge, the 3 expressway projects up the west coast of the North Island, representing various groups. So my background comes from that experience, but I'm here personally, supportive of the Brooklyn improvements. I've got my accountant's up the hill, so I have to go up there on occasion and sort things out, as you do. And I like, they're a good step. The improvements we're seeing around the city are good. But I just wanted to bring a particular perspective today, which is a recent ruling out of the Environment Court last year on the Riverlink project. So that was a project where I represented 10 cycling groups there, and we were looking at the effort there to retrofit cycling into it. It's actually a big transport project. It's going to look more roady than that, I have to say. But anyway, we have some comments now from the Environment Court on how to approach cycling in this region specifically and the issues there. So I just want to very quickly go through 3 main points coming out of it. The first is the Environment Court says that mode shift helps with safety, parking and congestion even before you get to sort of climate change issues. So think about all of the cycling you provide is a provision for cars. If you want to think about it that way, that's the way the Environment Court's thinking about it, okay? So the more you get, congestion relief is one of the big issues. Safety is an issue for people in vehicles as well as people on bikes, and congestion relief is what we're aiming for with Mode Shift 2. The second thing the Environment Court focused on was that a lot of mode shift needs to happen. We had, inevitably perhaps, Waka Kotahi's planner turning up saying, oh, we don't really need to have a condition about mode shift in this project, but and there's nothing there that requires us to provide for it specifically. The Environment Court disagreed. It says all of your planning documents that you're all working under provide for significant mode shift, pretty much as I think the expression is that as much as you can reasonably practically provide for in projects needs to happen. So that's supportive of the general idea of these cycle lanes up the Brooklyn Hill. And better than current isn't enough. The target is best practice. So the court was not impressed with an approach which simply says, well, look, we've compared what we're doing with these new cycleways along the state highway and things versus what you've currently got. And the Environment Court said, look, what you've currently got is so rubbish that of course this improves it, but that's not a good enough argument for us. We want to see you following best practice as far as possible. And I did say 3, but one more is separation is best practice for safety. Now, the argument in Riverlink was actually between the dog walkers and the cyclists. And the court was saying best practices, you start with the idea, especially in an open riverbank area, that you'd keep those things separate just for safety. Well, think how much bigger that argument is when you come to a road versus cycles. The court wants people in their separate paths. And what have I got there? So I've just noted at the top of this cycleway, we've got the unfortunate situation of how to sort out that roundabout, and we drop from separated cycleway into traffic, which is a bit unfortunate. I don't know how much space we've got to play with up there, but that was one aspect of this development that I thought was difficult. Just one other thing, which is I think there's a further urgent reason to do this, and it's called resilience. As I put it to friends having taught in this area for 10 years, having worked in the area for 20 years, I think all governments are now civil defence agencies. That's effectively what you are becoming. Just on a broad matter, it's not good for people's practical movement around the city, nor for their mental health to sit in a car in massive queues like this. And I think things like this, which we've just seen in Beijing, are also possibly going to happen. Can I say, as a person who's cycled around a city and cycles into town down the motorway every day, there are essentially no obstacles to a bike getting around a city that's just had a large earthquake or is facing, a huge southerly gale. You can go when there's trains are out, the roads are out, cycles go everywhere. And so I think you should approach this as an approach which says for resilience purposes and for people's good mental health, our population should be getting used to the idea of a bike in the backyard if they're not using it, but as an alternative form of transport. Mentally they feel good about it. I can still get around and the facilities are there for me to do it. And I think, by God, we're going to need them. So thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I think we have unfortunately not got time for questions, but we've appreciated hearing from you. Thank you. Beg your pardon, Councillor Pannett? Beg your pardon?
She's pleading for me on the basis of
You gave more time to some people. Mr. Binion is an expert.
All right, you wanting to ask a very quick, please,
very quick question. Sorry, the Riverlink decision, does that have legal implications for every other cycling project?
Yes, it does, in the sense that the Environment Court's saying this is the way we should approach standards. So in particular, Waka Kotahi came and said, we've got these guidelines and standards, and your cycling project or your needs fall within this part of the graph. And the Environment Court took a much more expansive approach and said, no, just go for you start with separation, you start with safety, and then you can, let's not get hung up on particular guidelines and where they've developed to at the moment. The guidelines are actually getting more useful and expansive, but it said don't get hung up on guidelines, go for big picture approach. Have you got good, safe, separated facilities?
Right. Thank you very much. So we're moving to Jonathan, catching up. Jonathan, you're very welcome. Come to the table or podium, whichever feels better.
Hello again, won't be long. Good afternoon, councillors. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak to my submission on the proposed project. I'm making the submission just as a resident of Brooklyn who uses all modes of transport, including cycling and driving and riding the bus. The bike lane that the council has installed on Brooklyn Road has allowed me to use a bike without the risk of being run over by fast-moving cars or trucks, which I've used pretty regularly since I've moved to Brooklyn, which definitely wouldn't have had the bike lane not been installed, as it would have been far too dangerous for me. I like to say that I generally support the proposed plans, but specifically I'd strongly support the proposed extension at the top of the hill. That extension would allow me to use a bike to go to the local shops without having to mix with the trucks and cars. I know that there's a 30k speed limit on O'Hara Road on that part, but as a bike rider, I can't reach the 30k because of the hill. So that sort of still encourages cars and trucks to overtake on a very narrow stretch of road because of the parking there. Yeah. Yeah, and also as someone who uses the bus, thanks so much for proposing the pedestrian crossing at the top of O'Hara Road by Tenera Crescent, because right now it's really hard to cross there without any pedestrian crossing facilities. So that would be really useful, especially for residents who live around the Helen Street area, who sort of use that bus stop at the top of the hill. Currently I bike up Helen Street to get home, as I don't use Todman Street because it's much more narrow because of the angle parking on Todman Street. So I'd strongly suggest you don't install angle parking on Helen Street, because the current situation, it's very easy for cars to pass and give a lot of room to bike riders who are riding at pretty much walking pace up Helen Street. So I'd appreciate if angle parking wasn't installed on Helen Street. And yeah, that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Jonathan. Do we have any questions for Jonathan? No, I think you've been very clear. Thank you very much. Oh, we do have one.
Thanks, Jonathan, for your submission today. And my question really was about the Helen Street, or actually the idea that we might be able to help by having a residence parking or something of short-term, more long-term parking for residents in the area. Do you have any other ideas where we might be able to help out with that, if you're not suggesting Helen Street?
I mean, I guess you could install more parking on Helen Street. It's about the width of the lane, about giving drivers space to overtake bikes going uphill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you again. Thank you, Jonathan. Right, so. Sonia. Looks like we might not have Alex, but we might have Sonia. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou, my name's Sonia Bismeyer, and I'd like to submit on the Brooklyn Cycleway as a mum. I'm also the chair of the Brooklyn Community Association and coordinator of the Brooklyn Primary School Road Patrol, but I'm here making a personal submission that will draw on what I've learned from these roles. Cycleways do touch a nerve for a small number in our community. I think they represent some scary change, a loss of control and potential inconvenience. And I know that change is hard and people struggle with that. But the vast majority of Brooklyn residents that I talk to support the cycleways, whether they use them or not. And as a mum who bikes on the cycleway every day, who walks as well as drives and has children who walk independently, both up and down Brooklyn Hill to get to school every day, I feel like I've got a real vested interest in road safety. Brooklyn Primary School Road Patrol is a volunteer roster of 20 parents who spend one morning a week or a fortnight helping 5 to 12-year-olds get safely to school. Every weekday morning, rain, shine, hail, as it was last week, 2 of our volunteers patrol intersections. One stands outside Two Todman to guard against red light runners, which are sadly pretty common, even while school children are crossing. Our second volunteer stands at the pedestrian crossing between Wingong Dairy and Joe's Pies on Cleveland Street. We'd probably help between 20 and 50 primary school aged children cross the road every day, depending on the weather. And we know that our school whānau relies on us to be there every day. Sadly, one of my parent volunteers quit last term because she felt that the intersection, the pedestrian crossing, was just too dangerous for her. Every single person who stood at that crossing has had a close call with a car coming down from Washington Ave. It is a 30k zone, but 60 is not unheard of. And even if you make eye contact and you're wearing a big high-vis jacket, people still have to jam on their brakes at the last minute while you are standing there like this with 5-year-olds walking in front of you. And I could totally understand when she said, like, I just can't work after that, or I can't, like you spend the rest of the day like nerves jangling. So I really strongly support the idea of that sort of raised pedestrian crossing idea. I've encountered those in other parts of New Zealand, and I have even hit one of those at speed before, and I know it's really uncomfortable. It almost feels like the bottom's going to drop out of your car. So I'd like to think that maybe people would only ever do that once. Unfortunately, I don't feel the streets of Brooklyn feel that safe. Despite them being designated 30 kilometres an hour, everyone drives 50 to 60, and I know that's not the council's responsibility to be out there with a speed camera, but man, I would love to. Over the past 5 years, virtually every family that I know has replaced their hatchbacks and sedans with larger, heavier SUVs. And if these vehicles hit pedestrians or cyclists at 60 k's an hour, there is the chance of survival is poor. Ironically, while there are hundreds of heavy trucks rumbling through Brooklyn every day on the way to and from the landfill, I am more scared of the everyday motorist. Truck drivers, as our heavy haulage guy talked about, they're trained professionals, You never see a truck driver running through a red light. I've never seen a truck driver on their phone or, telling the kids to shut up in the back seat, while they're fighting. It's the everyday mums and dads who kind of make my blood run cold when I'm on my bike. And every time I'm on my bike, I'm aware that I'm the smallest, most vulnerable road user. One mistake by those drivers and my kids would be without a mother. So the other thing is that cycling is important climate action. It's joyful and cheap, and it's by far the fastest way to get around. 12 minutes to get here today. I have many parent friends who would like to bike around the city but are too scared. We've all seen the tragic deaths of cyclists around the country who have been killed by inattentive motorists. So I'm not a traffic engineer, and so I'm not going to comment on the detail of the design, but I would like to propose that the stretch of cycleway between the Brooklyn shops and Helen Street or Tenera Crescent be protected. Paint is not protection. The guy who was talking about Helen Street, I live just up from Helen Street. I reckon you could put a whole line of cars parked, sort of stacked, that whole length of the street and still have enough room for 2 lanes of traffic. Like it must be Wellington's widest street by some margin. So perhaps, there are some creative solutions there. Let's be inspired by cities all over the world who have installed these networks of protected cycleways, because I would love the scared mums to get on their bike and make the streets safer for everyone. Thank you. Thanks.
That was wonderful, but we have run out of time. But thank you very much for making your points. Right, so we're up to Miriam. Miriam.
Kia ora tātou. I'm Miriam and this is Katarina, and we are here on behalf of Women in Urbanism to speak in favour of the proposed improvements for Brooklyn. Apologies, we don't have our pretty presentation this time. It's been really tough balancing our spare time between advocating for a feminist city and the world's largest sports tournament happening in our front yard right now.
So Women in Urbanism, for those who don't know, is a network of professional and community advocates who consider the differing needs of people in the community and how we occupy and move through urban spaces. We exist to advocate for voices of all women who, across multiple studies, have shown through their differing travel needs and who seek better public and active transport options. We know safe and connected cycling networks in particular, like the one proposed, can support and normalize more women cycling. I've witnessed in my experience firsthand is that the transformative impact of cycleways in Wellington as being a resident for the last decade. I've worked in the industry for years, and I've been involved with Women in Urbanism and Cycling Wellington from a community advocate standpoint. I hear stories all the time of how riding a bike, especially e-bikes, have changed someone's life. While I believe, like others, paint is not protection, I'm grateful for any improvements that support removing parking to create space for people to feel safe while riding. I personally used to take Ubers all the time up to see my friends in Brooklyn or go to the Penthouse Cinema, but now I don't actually have to think twice on how I'm going to get there, and I feel confident to ride my bike, because the protection and the separation from larger trucks, buses, and cars certainly helps. I specifically would like to see 2-meter wide paths so people can ride side by side and have the option to pass safely.
It's a strange thing to be labelled as a cyclist. We're actually just citizens of the community who use a bike to travel for our day-to-day needs. And personally, I prefer cycling as it's faster, I like the fresh air, it's free, and as mentioned before, it brings joy. Cycling for those who sit in the confident category is mostly joyous, but it can be extremely stressful. And for those people who are interested but concerned, it's because they don't feel supported to cycle in Wellington. And cycling's not joyful, it's a challenge. And sometimes even confident cyclists forget the value of joy when they cycle. So I didn't actually know the real joy of cycling to Brooklyn until I first experienced that separated safety trial, where there used to be 2 lanes merging and cars overtaking right at that point at high speed just before a blind corner. It's absolutely magic what that trial has done for those cycling up there. And so when we provide joy for the confident but nervous cyclists, more importantly, we provide genuine choice and options for those who are interested but concerned. And of course, safe cycling and walking access in our neighbourhoods is critical to allow safe and independent mobility for those who are most restricted from car access, who are tamariki and our rangatahi. In general, the Brooklyn Connection proposal is a massive improvement and one we support. One look at the state of those car-trodden white flexi posts, and it's evident how much physical separation is needed. Improvements in rating the side roads, such as at Bidwell and Washington, it will work wonders to slow cars down as they turn out of those corners. They often estimate the speed of uphill cyclists and sometimes just forget to look. So this protects not only the cyclists, but drivers from human error and making mistakes. And one aspect of this proposal we don't think has quite hit the mark in regards to equity is the consolidation of the bus stops on Brooklyn Hill. While bus stop consolidation is generally better for improved services such as proposed on Awhero Road, I know from living in Brooklyn that bus stop outside the social housing is really essential to some of our most vulnerable members of the community, both elderly and disabled. So I don't think that removing this bus stop, I think that removing this bus stop will impede access for those who need it the most. However, the proposal is fantastic in improving the safe access to Central Park for those residents, and I see many families waiting to use that desire line. Further, the Dojo is quite a unique destination facility in Wellington, and that provides recreation space that's not available in all local communities. So while we should absolutely be doing all we can to improve and encourage active and public transport modes as the most convenient access, I do believe if we look at those bus stops, there's provision to ensure access for all modes to that facility by retaining the bus stops where they are. So I do hope this proposal can go ahead subject to those minor changes. And lastly, Women in Urbanism is just one group in Wellington running cycling activations, knowledge sharing to help get more people of all backgrounds on bikes. Others, such as Ikarori Bicycle, Frogs on Bikes, Different Spokes, Pedal Ready, they not only get people on bikes, but they help overcome major barriers such as bike ownership, maintenance and confidence. By installing these connected routes, you help groups like ours remove the challenge and share the joy in choosing to go by bike. Oops.
Just a special thank you to all the teams working on this excellent work, from your leaders, your designers, and engagement specialists. Wellington is not the first place to be going through these changes, but are embracing these challenges, and I do believe we are one of the best. And that goes to show you from our recent funding of one of the world's most recognized urban design organizations. So thank you, councillors, for supporting Wellington to become the world-class cycling city that prioritizes access for all. Ngā mihi nui.
Well, very well timed, and thank you very much. A wonderful, yeah, that was points well made, but we don't have time for questions. But thank you. Right, moving on. Sarah, I believe. Sarah Shandon Darren. Online? Yes.
Yes, good afternoon, councillors.
Oh, good afternoon. We've got your presentation up and we can see, yes, we can actually still see you. So that's great.
Cool. Thank
5
you.
minutes and we'll hopefully maybe be able to stretch that a little, but we are running slightly behind schedule. So.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission today. I'm Sarah Shand. I'm an environmental planner representing Transpower, and with me today is Darren Wellham, who is our service delivery manager for substations throughout the Lower North Island, including Central Park, located on Brooklyn Road. Transpower wants to make it clear that we don't oppose the Brooklyn bike path improvements in general, but we do seek that further consultation occurs with Transpower in regards to ensuring that the bike path and road improvement works outside our substation doesn't adversely impact the operation, maintenance, upgrade and development of Central Park substation, and that any construction works are carried out safely. If you could please move to the next slide. Just briefly on who Transpower is. We are the owner and operator of the National Grid electricity transmission system. We have assets that run the length and breadth of New Zealand, including 170 substations, 25,000 transmission towers, and 11,000 kilometres of line. Within Wellington City, we have 6 designated substations, including Central Park. We do not generate or sell electricity, but we provide the infrastructure and the market system to connect generators to major users and distribution networks to deliver electricity to homes and businesses. Next slide, please. Cool. This is a view of Central Park Substation on Brooklyn Road, facing north. Just a bit of background on Central Park Substation. It's a key substation for Wellington City. It supplies electricity from the National Grid to the Wellington City Centre, as well as our southern and eastern suburbs. These parts of the city contain critical infrastructure, including central government, the stock exchange, the regional hospital, Wellington International Airport, as well as lifeline infrastructure, including water storage and pump stations, a major wastewater treatment plant, and supports our telecommunications network. Next slide, please. Taking a closer look at what exactly Central Park Substation contains. It's a very constrained site. It's not as large in comparison to some of our other substations. We're working in a tight corner there, as you can see. We've got 2 access points that we use, circled in yellow. So one is a driveway off Brooklyn Road, and the other is we've got a gate there on Nan Street, where we tend to use the road reserve there to park vehicles and enter through that access point on Nan Street. Through that gate is where the main alarm system to the building is in the site. At the site, we've got incoming transmission lines, an incoming fibre cable. The site contains transformers. It also houses assets for Wellington Electricity. At the moment, we utilise parking spaces which are directly outside the substation on Brooklyn Road, as well as our own driveway and on Nan Street. Cool, I think next slide, please. Taking a look at what is planned for directly outside the substation, we can see that there will be car parks to be removed. The bus stop location is to be moved further north and closest to our access point, the driveway. I understand that there'll be a raised platform for vegetation and a raised platform for the bus stop. this gives us some concerns just in regards to the removal of car parks, potentially pushes people to find car parking spaces on Nan Street and potentially directly outside that second access point that we use on that street. And also just in regards to concerns about us coming and going out of our own driveway. We've got a range of vehicles that need to visit the site, mostly utes, but on occasion we will have larger oversized vehicles, utes with trailers and longer vehicles coming and going from that site and utilising the driveway. Safety is paramount at Transpower, and we do have a forward-facing parking policy, meaning that anyone who's going to be using that driveway needs to park in a forward-facing position. We do have some concerns about the amount of space that Transpower will have to be able to manoeuvre vehicles in and out of that site safely, given the vegetation platform and the bus stop to be positioned either side of that access point. Also concerns are just about pulling into traffic safely, coming over the bike path. From the plans, we can't see any detail in regards to any sort of warning systems for cyclists heading north up the hill there, should there be sort of traffic coming in and out of our driveway, and really would like the opportunity to talk further with the Wellington City Council designers as you move into the detailed design phase of this. If you'd like to move on to our last slide, it just covers off what our key submission points are. So yeah, we support the bike path in general, but would like to further discuss with Wellington City our concerns about maintaining safe access to the site, being able to accommodate the different types of vehicles that we have, and also just assurance that we've got unrestricted access to our site and that we can access it safely. And Darren, I've got Darren with me here, who's our service delivery manager. Darren, I don't know if you had anything extra you wanted to add today?
It will need to be quick if you don't mind, because we've technically run out of time, but we'll allow a little bit of extra.
Cool, thank you.
That's. I don't really have anything further to add. Just to note that we're trying to get cranes out of there at times, and if there's a large work patty on site, there could be as many as sort of 20 vehicles around the site, of which we can't accommodate them all inside our boundary, so they'd be parking up on Nan Street and the likes.
Okay. How closely have you been able to work with our staff to date?
We have had some consultation quite some time back on the proposal in general. So we were able to check a few things in regards to positioning of the bus stop under the overhead transmission lines which are entering the substation. So we've been able to do a few safety checks in regards to clearances and things. But we would like to see, from the plans that we looked at, then there hasn't been much change in regards to what's been released now. So we would like further discussion with them, ongoing discussion, so we can ensure that we've got adequate access in and out of that access point on Brooklyn Road.
All right. Well, thank you. That point's certainly been noted by the committee, and we're not in a position to discuss it further here, but it has been noted. So thank you for your submission. Are there any other questions? We have run out of time a little bit. We do have one. Councillor Chung, can you make it brief?
Thanks very much. Just a quick question. You were saying that taking away the car parks in N Street will make it more difficult for you to access that entryway. Why is that? I would have thought that by taking them away, it'll make it
sorry,
easier.
the taking away the car parks on Brooklyn Road may push vehicles into Nan Street, and at the moment our boundary is right up against the road reserve, so there are some, I believe, coupon parking spaces directly outside the substation there, which could be used by anyone. At the moment, Transpower has had the benefit of being able to usually be able to park directly outside our site there and enter and to be able to disalarm the site. With more people potentially looking for car parks in the general area, they may be looking to use those car parks on a more frequent basis, which means it's a bit more of a convoluted way for us to get into site if we have to utilise our Brooklyn Road access point more, potentially walk around the site, disalarm it in that way.
Right, well, thank you. As I said, I think there's more than we can unpack in our time here, but the points have been noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we'll move to Rich H.
Kia ora koutou, good afternoon, thank you for letting me speak. I really don't want to be here like this. As someone who rides bikes, resident of the area, big supporter of trying to get more people out on bikes and scooters, and I look at the current plan, I just have a lot of kind of slightly pained whys, because the trial cycle lane, like you've heard, game-changing for so many people. It's awesome, love it. It's taken that tension, that fear away from riding up Brooklyn Hill. And so this current plan, it makes it narrower. It reduces it in, appeal, not just in my opinion, but compared to the Opus design, guidelines for cycleways here. You make it into a de facto shared footpath where we'll end up with more people, downhill scooters, in a relatively confined space. You're making it more expensive in its new iteration by raising a good portion of it. And in doing so, it means that 2 of the 3 intersections that people ride across were now technically required to give way to turning traffic. It's removing a bunch of car parking down the bottom of the hill adjacent to Central Park for no benefit to people using the cycle lane. And actually, I'd argue it would introduce a whole bunch of vehicles doing U-turns across the face of people coming down the hill, particularly in those lovely sunny weekends when it's such a nice recreational route and, the park, the dojo, those facilities are in full use. Why is it thought that people who are not confident riding down Brooklyn Hill would use Ohiro Road, which is steeper, rougher, often wet and slippery, requires stopping and negotiating with uphill vehicles down the bottom, turning across the traffic of Aro Street and across at least 2 lanes of traffic on Willis Street as an alternative? We talk about this range of benefits of road users, but the plans which went out say uphill cycleway, so everything effectively gets dumped on the cyclist, blamed on the cyclist, even when the benefits are for people driving cars, walking and riding on buses. If I switch to more of a walker's hat and the parent of children who are walking around the area, the plans have 2 new raised zebra crossings, a raising of an existing zebra crossing, a new raised courtesy crossing, a new raised combined courtesy pedestrian crossing and cycle crossing, a new raised courtesy cycle crossing, which is likely to get a lot of pedestrian use, a raised pedestrian walkway, Google doesn't know what that actually is, and a raised pedestrian walkway adjacent to a painted cycle lane. These all have slightly different legal implications of who gives way to who, but they all give a generalised impression that you can use them and vehicles will give way. You've got the raised pedestrian walkway in between 2 zebra crossings, right next to the school, and right where vehicles are turning from a 50k zone into a downhill situation. And we know there's been a big increase in kids, they don't get seen over the bonnet of the ute or the SUV. If I think about my worried about climate change hat, the headline for this was, we're enabling climate-friendly solutions, and yet I don't see anywhere an assessment of not only the embodied ambitions from this, but the slowing and accelerating caused by these raised crossings. This morning, NZTA had a capability sessions talk where Lucy Saunders said that speed bumps are the least desirable speed reduction option in her opinion. Everything should be about reducing speed. Whereas this project, we're adding median strips, we're making the top corner faster, and yet throwing all these speed reductions, vertical deflection devices in her terms. Look, I don't want to just be negative. I hate standing up here and saying, oh, come on! Look, bikes are awesome, scooters are awesome, walking is awesome, buses are awesome. I feel like the trial cycle lane was an absolute win. It was used as a showcase piece for this approach. And yet, I feel like we're eroding it, we're reducing it. I think we need to take the win and build on it. I think the consultation on this has skipped. You know, you've got people, I'm assuming more than just me and the ones I've seen, standing up here going, you could have asked.
Rich, can I ask you to just make the last point?
Sorry. I want it to improve, not get taken away.
Thank you. You have made some interesting points, and thank you, but we have run out of time. That's all right. We are up to Marianne. Yeah.
Sorry, Emma, Marianne.
Emma. Oh, okay. Emma. Online? Welcome, Emma. You have 5 minutes to talk to us, and as I've said to a few people, that will need to include time for questions.
No problem.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so I live in Marama Crescent. I lived there for 30 years. I'm going to be staying in the area for quite a long time, and I've glanced briefly at the proposal and addressed just one aspect, really. I walk around the area quite a lot, and that's primarily what I'm coming from. I support in general cycleways and the permeability, the increasing permeability for the site. But my concern is the location of the speed bumps down O'Hero Road. It seems to me that if the speed bumps are going to be there, they will slow traffic, which is a real improvement because it's quite a fast road and quite a tricky road to cross when you're a pedestrian because the visibility isn't great. There are quite a few pathways that come into O'Hero Road from both Central Park and Tenera Park, as well as from Marama Crescent and Tenera Crescent. And it would be seemingly simple matter to actually relocate some of those speed bumps and potentially increase them into courtesy crossings or informal crossings so that where they are located aligns with the pathways that pedestrians currently use. And the images that I've sent through show the potential relocation of that. It might pay to rotate that picture if you can rotate that.
Sorry, but I think we can rotate our heads. I think
you
so.
can't rotate. You can't rotate it on the screen.
Right. It's not rotated yet. It flashed.
It rotated too much.
Yeah.
180 instead of 90. So their first image there is basically there's a crossing or a speed bump located which goes from the footpath across to an access way which accesses a few houses on O'Hara Road, but it could be located potentially, and obviously I'm not a traffic engineer, down to actually connect with the footpath from Tenera Crescent and also the footpath that comes up from Central Park. If we go to the next slide, you can see the next location where there's a pathway, an existing formed pedestrian pathway, council-maintained pathway that comes down from the access route that goes from Tenera Crescent into Tenera Park. And again, that comes out at the moment onto the street. There's no crossing there. The speed bump that's located a little further down the road could actually be located at that point and create a safer pathway for people crossing the road. And if we go to the next slide, again, by moving one or other of those speed bumps up to where there are pathways coming both from Tenera Park, the dog park, and from Central Park, it it actually connects with pathways in a sort of a maybe a logical way. And the next slide, I think I've looked at maybe Marama Crescent. So there's two access ways here. You can see there's a pathway that comes down from the community garden, which you can see on the top of that image, up in Tenera Park, and there's a formed asphalted pathway through under the trees there, which come down currently, again, where there's no crossing or formed crossing. And if the speed bump was located at that point, even if it wasn't actually a formed crossing or made into any sort of a crossing, cars would naturally be slower at that point, and so assist in the safety of the pedestrians crossing at that point. And moving down to the next crossing at the edge of Tenera Marama Crescent, the same. And this one here shows there's a set of steps and a pathway that comes from Marama Crescent down onto Ohiro Road. And currently, again, there's no crossing there. The advantage of having a speed bump at that location is that it's likely to stop cars being parked directly opposite the steps where they join the road, and so it would make that a safer crossing path. Marama Crescent itself, for kids who go down to Te Aro School, there are crossings and safe paths from Aro Street to Te Aro School, but there's no actual safe continuous footpath from Marama Crescent down to Ohiro Road. So this would increase the safety of that area by making it a connected sort of a safe path.
Emma, we are running out of time, so could you just make the last point?
That is my last point.
Oh, good.
Yep. So are there any questions?
I think we have run out of time for that, but my only question is, can we have your slides? Oh, there are in the minutes.
You've got them.
Be in the minutes. Good.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. You've got them. Okay, great. Thank you.
You've obviously done a lot of thinking. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks. Okay, bye.
Moving to Nikki Brightwood. Online?
I'm here.
Oh, here. Welcome, Nikki.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Nikki Brightwood. Thanks very much for allowing me to submit. I strongly support the proposed Brooklyn Connections program to make walking, cycling and public transport safer and more accessible. I have made a fairly detailed submission about technical points, but in this verbal submission, I want to focus on my experience of cycling. Since the installation of the Trail Cycleway, I have biked nearly every day. After lockdown and recovery from a serious illness, I bought an e-bike, and it has truly been a life-changing and joyful experience. Before that, I did bike, but found it extremely stressful, being in the same lane as the huge demolition trucks and cars that raced up the double lanes, trying to overtake each other. So I would often either bike up the footpath or push my bike up through the park. I was also that person that did the short trips into town in my car. I would drive around and around the Lambton Quay, Featherston Street circuit 2, 3, maybe even 4 times to try and find that elusive car park, adding to the city congestion. Now I bike almost everywhere in almost all weather. I commute to work and do my grocery shopping by bike, putting up to 15 kgs in my panniers. I bike to the movies, out to dinner and to football games at the stadium. I shop little and often and am able to easily stop and support suburban shops and cafes. Biking saves me time and money. Friends say to me they wish they could bike, but they are too scared to. It is people like this that we need to continue to build separated, connected cycleways for. The current cycleway has brought a lot of new and more regular cyclists. For example, you now see a steady stream of parents biking up the hill to pick up their children from our local schools. They're able to maximise their work hours by commuting this way, often adding about an hour extra of work to their day. But to be safer and give new users the confidence, it needs to be extended at least to the shops, ideally on both sides, as in the plan, as this is a very dangerous stretch of road. We are not unique in the issues that we are trying to address. Other cities worldwide are dealing with rebalancing streets to give more priority towards pedestrians, cyclists and public transport, and lower transport emissions. To do this, the space many of us use to store our cars on public roadways can't be sustained. we owe it to the next generation to make these tough decisions. They need to see us taking real action on climate change, making our city more livable and affordable at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Do we have any questions from Councillor Foon?
Thank you, Nikki. Are you noticing the trend in Brooklyn amongst your community? Like, are you seeing friends and other families starting to take up through that?
Yeah, I
through
see
the cycleway?
new bikes going up there. I've had people stop, drive past me, stop in their cars and ask me about it.
Yeah.
And it really is interesting, the parents. I used to work part-time when my son was at primary school, and I would race to catch the bus. It was never sort of at the convenient time. I'd miss the bus, sometimes have to catch a taxi home to school to pick up my 5-year-old. And now I can see them biking up at that time, and it's just like, oh my goodness, it's so much easier and more efficient, and you feel safe. So, but the fact that you get spat out of the cycleway at the top of the hill, you know, and into a really dangerous bit of road, if you're on a non-e-bike, you're quite tired. So I think to make it more people cycle, we need to connect up our cycleways.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Nikki. Moving now to Richard. And welcome to Councillor Randall. Nikki, sorry, Rich. So we were expecting Richard, are we? Yes. Welcome, Richard. You have 5 minutes, going by fast, but I think you know the drill.
Let's see how we go. So I was cut off for a while there. Kia ora koutou. My name is Richard Lucy. I am a resident on Brooklyn Road, just below Nikki, who was there previously, and am an active participant in local community groups. I'm a cyclist. I choose that option to travel into and out of the city regularly, including as far afield as Karori, Miramar. However, unlike many cyclists I encounter, I'm competent, obey road rules, and observe safety around others. I'm opposed to almost all the proposed improvements. I'm all for encouraging cycling as a safe and enjoyable transport option. However, my observation that the council designs actively obstruct everyone, cyclists included, do not provide the safety they claim, set up combative interactions with motorised vehicles, and are very poorly maintained. My primary opposition to the cycle lane is in relation to the greatly reduced accessibility the design will create, or they do. There are other issues, but the entire design basically fails on the active reduction of accessibility alone. I'm ambivalent about the move away from private vehicles in general. However, some of us have limited options, and this cycling-centric focus is obstructive to the most vulnerable. The modifications to accommodate a cycle lane up Brooklyn Road and through into Brooklyn Village appear to be entirely for the benefit of the cyclists who don't mind navigating the poorly maintained, narrow and thinly separated lanes that have been created. The thing that transports seems to have more importance than the things that are transported. I look at where the same council design has been rolled out in the rest of Wellington, and I wonder at the ableist thinking that has gone into the counterintuitive designs. We have medical centres on a hero road where parking is planned to be removed. The response to access to these was that parking in side streets is available, in most cases at least 200 metres away and requiring the crossing of a very busy road. I've been advised by council staff that if I want to drop my mobility restricted friends or family off at my house, the best option I have is to park at least 60 metres away on the opposite side of a busy road, assuming all those displaced hero road vehicles aren't there already. Where parks are available, how does someone in a wheelchair or mobility walker get out onto a narrow concrete separation platform that they need to then get off and across the cycle lanes to find a ramp onto the footpath? I wouldn't expect much courtesy from the cyclists while this is happening either. You might optimistically assume that they're well behaved, or should be, but my observations over the past 3 years show that a significant number aren't. As I have a limited presentation time, I'll just touch on a few things. combining 2 bus stops out to one outside the Renoff Centre to block the main access to the Central Park playground, combining 2 remaining bus stops on a Hero Road, while at the same time claiming to improve public transport access, basically reducing both private and public transport options at the same time. The existing bus stops service large areas currently not supplied with bus services, not even the ones that are supposed to exist. Imagine the fire service is going to be pleased about going over a whole bunch of speed humps up and down the hill. I understand they're one of the busiest ones in Wellington. Speed humps down a Hero Road to Aru Street. What problem are you trying to solve? It's the last safe cycle access to Brooklyn now that the Brooklyn Road is getting improved. The pedestrian refuge near Bidwell Street is already too far from Bidwell for many of the students flooding to and from school. Moving it twice as far away will make it more used, perchance. The pedestrian refuge to be moved beside Washington Ave. In its current location, there's very little time to react as cars come around the corner and up the hill. Halving that distance sounds a little dangerous. It has been commented by a few people that I've talked with that many cyclists have no appreciation of the responsibilities of cyclists to obey road rules, indicate, give way, etc. And facilities rather than training have been provided by council. The myriad number of design flaws to me indicates that the process hasn't been as engaged as claimed, and that more than just the cycling fraternity should be consulted when undertaking urban design. I'd like to repeat that I'm supportive of encouraging cyclists, but I find that working with other road users has been fine. I actually feel safer with the shower lanes through town than I do with what has been developed Brooklyn Road.
Richard, I'm sorry, but I need to ask you to make your final points.
My last point then would be that I note the irony that the primary benefit of the cycling lane that now exists up there is that pedestrians use it in the absence of a footpath on the northern side of Brooklyn Road, all the way from Brooklyn Road to Bidwell Street. And I can't imagine that will stop while a cycle lane is there. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask you a very quick question. How have you found the existing cycleway?
The existing cycleway. We live at where there's a footpath outside our house, which is less than a metre wide and is used as a cycleway. Aggravating to the extreme for the last 3 years. I see that there have been 83 reports in the last 5 years, according to the police database. That doesn't include, I imagine, many of my reports to council. I don't cycle up the cycleway. I find it poorly maintained, and I don't want to actually navigate the rubble. Outside our house, I think the last pile of dirt and road cones was there for 2 months. Regularly poorly maintained. It has caused problems. Actually, it's caused problems because of the design of it, it's actually caused problems to the road, water flooding across the road, various other things from blocked curbside drains now that cycle paths are on them.
Okay, well, thank you for that, and thank you for that feedback. Right, thank you. Okay, we're moving. We do have a break, but we've used up our time. I think we will run through this break unless anyone's absolutely desperate for one, because we need to catch up a tiny bit. So we'll move to Dylan. We'll see how we go. We might be able to take one later if someone doesn't come. Welcome, Dylan.
Standard 5-minute thing?
Yes.
Cool. I'll save you having to tell me. Cool. I emailed through a link to a video. I think that Marcella, do you happen to have a link there, Tiana?
We can't play videos.
You can't play it? Okay. Well. Okay. Thank you. So thank you for your time today. As mentioned in my submission, I'm very happy to see these proposals and very happy to see the Brooklyn Road cycleway being suggested to be made permanent and the surrounding pedestrian improvements as well. I have a video, but...
Can you speak just a little more directly into thank you?
Pardon me. I'm a little taller than the last person, perhaps. I did have a video, which is just 20 seconds showing our experience from Saturday, where we were riding up the protected cycle lane in our electric cargo bike. It's a Buck Fiet's, Long John style cargo bike with the 2 kids in front of me, 3-year-old and 6-year-old, been to the bakery to collect the baguettes, and there was this large truck and trailer rumbling up alongside us, and it did not bother us. The 3-year-old, my main concern was stopping the 3-year-old from nibbling the baguette. I was chatting to the 6-year-old about a vintage car that was in the opposite lane coming down the road. The truck and trailer caused us 5 minutes delay in our 5 seconds delay in our conversation, and he repeated his question, and that was the only concern this enormous truck and trailer gave me and my 3-year-old and 6-year-old going back up Brooklyn Road. So that's the sort of difference that it makes to me. So as a vulnerable road user, this protected cycle lane has made my commute far more relaxed. Although I know the health benefits of riding a bike outweigh the safety risk, it's amazing how much stress there is with the continued background threat of traffic violence. And I use that word quite specifically because collisions with the effects of physics result in a violent outcome. This infrastructure works, and it works well. The video is from dash cams that I have on my bike, which are useful to back up formal reports to police. I would really like to not have these cameras, and I'd really like more lower speeds and separated cycle lanes. I hear there are concerns about parking availability. I think a lot of those could be addressed with time limits and residence parking, as mentioned in my written submission. I strongly support the additional cycling infrastructure between Brooklyn Road and Todman Street. I would welcome any improvements outside the cinema too. I've had 2 nasty close pass incidents there as drivers overtake and pull in sharply, even though it's a 30k zone, even though it's downhill. As a car user, I drive as well. I am pleased to see the proposed changes to Cleveland and Washington Ave. I think they don't go far enough. We need lower speeds on Washington Ave around Brooklyn School as well. It's not enough to just put in a speed limit when that happens, and I'm looking forward to that when that does happen. It needs to be designed into the road with speed bumps, raised crossings or similar around there. There's really fast traffic down Washington Ave. I look forward to future changes to support safer speeds around Brooklyn and Ridgeway schools, and I look forward to this. These are changes being built in the flesh, in the concrete. Are there any questions there at the moment?
Yes, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for being such a great cyclist with your kids. Do you think it's safe for parents to take kids on the back of their bikes? I always feel a bit nervous.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the realities of it is that, like, when you come down to the actual statistics, it's really safe, even as is, but it doesn't feel that way because this sort of thing rumbling right past you. I'd really like my wife to join cycling as well. She's not confident with the infrastructure as it is, so we need surrounding things like that gap between Brooklyn Road filled in, joining Brooklyn Road and Victoria Street cycleways, more of that sort of thing. Then hopefully I can convince her in as well. Though she does want me to give up 2 of my bikes before she'll buy one of hers, so I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah.
We're happily married at the moment, so.
Thank you, Dylan. And I've just had a message that the video will be sent to councillors and we can play it. So I personally will be looking forward to seeing what you've prepared for us.
20-second. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, we will move to, next on the list is Carl. Carl, are you here, Carl? Welcome. It's 5 minutes for everyone today because we have just so many people. Yep,
absolutely no problem at all. Well, thank you for allowing me to have my little 5 minutes of fame, as it were. So I'm born and bred Wellington. I've lived in Brooklyn since 1999. One thing that I'd point out straight away is your online survey is a little bit annoying in that we can't download what we've commented on and submitted to council. So I'm going to wing it as much as I can. So first and foremost, I would like to state that I do support cycling in Wellington and am a grudging supporter of the cycleway as it's gone up Brooklyn Road. I'll keep saying Brooklyn Road, not Brooklyn Hill, because there is a difference. The proposed plan, and I appreciate the likes of Nikki and Dylan's comments previously, I would point out to councillors, is one of three, I think only three main north-south roads in this town. So if people are concerned about large vehicles going past them, it must also be acknowledged there's anywhere between 7,000 and 11,000 vehicle movements a day going from town to Brooklyn and that entire ridgeline comprising about 10,000 or so residents, 3 large landfills, and it's also a rat run to the southern suburbs due to the congestion in other parts of town, which, cards on the table, is a lot to do with the existing cycle network. In regards to the Brooklyn proposal, I'm here, I wear many hats, but I'm here as a ratepayer of several decades and a resident since 1999 in Brooklyn. The overall consultation of this particular part of the project has been poor. There has been some limited conversations with locals. There's been some limited canvassing of locals. Of the 4 main parts that have been presented as changes, Brooklyn Road, a hero road, the Brooklyn Road, a hero road to Todman Street to the Lights section and Cleveland Street, in no particular order. I absolutely and adamantly oppose to the speed bumps where you've got pedestrian crossings on them. I don't know where that's come from, but surely if we are here for part of the council's transport hierarchy, which is pedestrians, cyclists, public transport, and then at the bottom, private vehicles and / goods transport to get around town, let's acknowledge what's there. Let's make some reinforced pedestrian refuges. The Brooklyn Road going south, coming up the hill, absolutely acknowledge as a driver, the nature of my job, I'm bouncing around all over the place, so it's been a long time since I've been on a bike. It was actually COVID, to be blunt, but I'm on all 4 points of the compass at any one given time. Today I was in Karori, Miramar, and the southern suburbs. It's just the nature of what I have to do. Transport going up and down the hill has increased since the closing of the northern landfill some 10 years ago, and population growth in the wider southern district. So a hero road, if you're going to have any sort of changes down there, get Parks and Reserve to clear back some of those old pine trees, or at least some of their big branches, so you let more light down there. There's an area and an issue about pedestrians going over the Tenera Park to the Swords Club to the playing fields down there. Let's have a decent reinforced pedestrian refuge here. Let's make it safe there. An earlier speaker who's got greater knowledge, having lived in Marama Crescent, has got some good suggestions there, I think. Brooklyn Road, you don't need raised speed bumps up there. All that's going to do is create extra pollution. You can get away with safer pedestrian crossings with these reinforced pedestrian refuges. Richard made a classic comment about the one that's on the intersection of Washington Avenue and Brooklyn Road down from the Malaysian High Commission. The proposal to move it further north or down the hill is going to result in people getting wiped out, cyclists and pedestrians. It's absolute given. It's bad enough where it is, but it's doable. Cleveland Street, as far as I'm aware and been informed recently, and I'll stand corrected, there's been no recorded vehicular or pedestrian access instances in Cleveland Street in recent times to justify the removal of car parks there. There is a need for those for the business community. We've got to look after them. Some of them are hanging on by their fingernails. They still haven't recovered from COVID. And last but by no means least, a number of elderly people I've been in contact with have said, and they live in that area, separate from the 2 medical centres. They need some parking down there. Does there need to be a change in how that parking is managed? Possibly residents only, possibly clearways. But the combined removal of parks, putting in a cycleway and a combined footpath, again, you're going to have people ending up at hospital. I've got 10 seconds left. I'll leave it there. So I think there needs to be, the plan you've got, there's some good parts to it, but it needs to be tweaked, and there needs to be some nuancing, and some of your consultants need to talk to some of the locals. There's some bloody good local ideas. They don't exist in your document as it currently stands. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you. Points well made. Thank you. Moving on, we have Nick, I believe, Nick Mowat. And you're aware of the 5-minute thing?
I can see the red.
Thank you.
Haven't started moving yet. Yeah. Okay. All good. Thanks.
So kia ora, my name's Nick Mowat. I live at the corner of Hero and Brooklyn Roads at the top corner of Central Park. I use our private car, I walk, I cycle and I take the bus. Which mode of transport I use depends on several factors, but for most trips I cycle because it's usually within a relatively short radius. So I've got an interest in how all these modes are accommodated, including where we park our car on the street in that very vicinity where the work will happen. And I've also experienced firsthand using the temporary cycleway as a driver, pedestrian, cyclist and a bus passenger, and it's been great. It has, to reinforce what Dylan said before, it completely changes your mindset using it now. In essence, I strongly support the proposed Brooklyn Connections project, and for the following reasons. Firstly, the Council's Te Atakura First to Zero plan points out that over 45% of our city's greenhouse gas emissions come from transport, and the majority is petrol and diesel transport. To quote the June 22 update to Te Atakura, transport is one of the areas where we can achieve the greatest reductions over the next decade by changing how we live and move around the city. And Brooklyn Connection seems to me a tangible response to that plan. Secondly, the Brooklyn shops are 2.5 kilometres from Stuart Dawson's corner here and 2 kilometres from the hospital. For most people, not all, those distances are very doable by foot or bike, and hence the finite width of public roadway that we cannot change easily or cheaply does need to be adapted to better enable and promote these modes, cycling and walking, so that Brooklyn can meet the aspirations and challenges laid down by Te Atakura. Thirdly, the proposed design, in my view, is not perfect. I don't think anyone would say it is, but it sets out the challenges and individual sacrifices that we need to be making. In my written submission, I've included a lot of detailed comments on most parts of the project, but I'd just like to comment or highlight a few. I'd like to be a relook at retaining the bus stop outside the Central Park flats, and this is just my anecdotal view that there are a lot of people get off there. I mean, not a lot of people get on because they're usually going into the city, and a lot of people who look like they need the transport as opposed to they're not necessarily that able for walking. Please look at whether a walking route can be included on the downhill side of Brooklyn Road between Washington Ave and Bidwell Street. And again, this is anecdotal, just seeing all the pedestrians that walk down there to get to 3 secondary schools, Massey University, the hospital and Upper Te Aro. Please prioritise a safer pedestrian crossing across Hero Road where it meets Brooklyn Road. In the current scheme, that seems like the weak link between the Brooklyn shops and the CBD. It'll be the only unprotected or uncontrolled pedestrian crossing. I know it has some serious traffic engineering challenges to do that, but if that could be reviewed, that would be great. And personally, I think it's great to see the improved safety around the pedestrian crossing in Cleveland Street. I was one of the parents that used to help out there in the morning, and I think enabling those young people in the community to build their confidence and skills to walk and bike will have a lot of dividends. Just briefly, a comment on communication and maybe, echoing a little bit of what Carl said. I think the document that came out was very technical. It was technical road engineering drawings to a degree, and I think a lot of people, it would have been quite opaque. And I think the council team were great at the consultations, really communicative, but it would have helped a couple of days of graphic design work to make it more accessible. So in conclusion, change is not easy, and people, particularly during the works, it'll be hard for everyone. But I think as Te Atakura sets out, the urgency is only going to increase, and so I think we need to get on and do it. And thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Nick. Could I just clarify that, because I wrote down all of your suggestions, a safer pedestrian crossing between Ohio Road and...
It's across Ohio Road where it meets, if you come up from Aro Street, where it meets Brooklyn Road.
Okay, where it meets Brooklyn Road.
And I think the proposed, it's only concept design at the moment, so that might come out in the detailed design of that quite complex intersection. Yeah.
Just for what it's worth, some of the things you've highlighted have been highlighted by other submitters today as well. There was someone else with their hand up. Okay. We are running a bit tight to schedule, but thank you, Nick. That was very useful.
Thanks.
Right, next up is Peter Flowers. Thank you, Peter. You've got the memo about the 5 minutes?
Yes, it's been a long time, Sarah, 43 years, I think. So my name's Peter Flowers. I'm the head of the Karate Dojo, Sato Wellington, which is in 32 Brooklyn Road, on 32 Brooklyn Road. Our formal submission focused on 2 areas of the proposal because those are the 2 that affected us. I've got a lot of comments, but I won't go into them overall, just from a general perspective. The first thing was the removal of the 2 bus stops, collapsing the 2 bus stops and building a new one straight outside the door of the dojo, which would remove all the parking and also access to Central Park for people with prams and wheelchairs and things, because that's the only wheelchair access. Since I spoke to the council people at the consultation, I had an email from Paul Barker saying that they were recommending that the bus stop be excluded from the plan and keep the Nairn Street bus stop downhill and remove the one down. And I endorse the councillors to vote or not override that recommendation.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course, you may choose to not endorse it. The other area of our submission was around the removal of the uphill parking. In essence, if all that parking was removed, what's the residents that park in the that live in the flats are all going to park on the downhill side, and there will be no parking in Lower Brooklyn Road at all, anytime, 24/7. So it's a major, and from just in terms of the facility that we offer, it's not just karate. We offer free Downs karate classes for people with Down syndrome. We offer scholarships. The dojo is used by the Taikosa drumming group. They love it because they make a lot of noise and there's very little other place they can make that kind of noise. And so in terms of the impact of removing the uphill parking at Lower Brooklyn Road, it would be devastating for my dojo and everyone else that uses it. And then I got to thinking, why are the car parks being removed? Because there's car parks there now, there's a road, there's a cycleway there now, and there's a footpath there now. And I had a really good look at the plans. Someone mentioned they were engineering traffic design plans, and they are, but they were widening the footpath. So in the footpath, we've been going there 10 years now. I think I've seen one person walk up the east side of Brooklyn Road. It's a footpath to nowhere. There's no houses up there. The only thing up there is the substation. So they were going to widen the footpath. And of course, if you widen the footpath, you need to remove the car parks because the cycleway needs to stay the same width. And of course, by removing the car parks, that's one factor of safety that's removed because the cars being parked uphill add an element of safety for the cyclists going up the Lower Brooklyn Road area. So, and then I got, why can't you just leave them there? Why do you need to widen the footpath? That's a question for the councillors and the planners. So those are the kind of areas that our submission focused on. In a nutshell, if it goes ahead the way it is, I see our dojo having to close. Nearly all our members come from outside of the catchment of Brooklyn. Some come as far away from Kapiti in the Hutt Valley, Pororua, and they all need to drop off and park. So the viability of that recreation resource, which I might add has been in Wellington for 40 years now, will go. So in summary, there are a number of points in the plan that there's more people more qualified that live in the area, but I think the plan is fundamentally flawed in many, many ways, and many of the previous speakers primarily raised anything raised. It's a major, major route. Other people have mentioned that. And I think the opportunity, what has happened now is actually the consultation, right? And that the planning should start now. And I I endorse the councillors to say to the planning people, okay, we've got a lot of really, really good planning. Go ahead and come up with a good plan, not vote on this one. Okay, this one is flawed in so many ways. There's many, many good points. There's some major bad points, and that you just need to go back to the planning people and say, do a good job. And anyone that has ever ridden a bike, and I've ridden a bike a lot, I ride bikes now, going down Ohiro Road you have to be mad. to go down a hero road on a bike. Anyway, that and done. Any questions?
Right, thank you, Peter. Just for a point of clarity, there has been some suggestion of a change to a bus stop near your dojo place, and you're happy with the change you've heard the staff mention?
I was told that they're going to recommend that the bus stop not be moved. So in other words,
and that's
they're not going to build
to your liking?
It is to my liking.
Right, I just wanted to be sure about that.
Yep.
Is the current cycleway working with your business okay?
Yes. At that part of, because it only affects the lower thing. As long as the parking remains, the current cycleway is good.
Okay. Are there other questions from the committee or others? No? Thank you very much, Peter. You've been clear and made some good points. Thank you. Right, moving to Avis. Welcome, Avis.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou. My name's Avis McAdam, and I'm involved with Seido Karate as well. I'd like to just share some thoughts from a different perspective. I've been involved with the dojo for 38 years. I'm still a student. I'm a teacher, and I now am the key administrator for the whole business. Many of our members have made submissions, and so I really just want to bring the voice of the membership to the committee. We have around 180 active students from the age of 7 to 70, and about 20% of that number would be residents within the Brooklyn, Te Aro area. The rest, as Peter commented on, come from a wide area of the Wellington and the broader region, and that's because they're committed to that particular practice and the dojo community that has been built up over many, many years. The greatest impact for the members is access to the dojo, along with the groups that also use it. We've built up, we don't advertise our services or our karate practice. People come to us, and they come to us because of word of mouth, and I've just had a little look at the membership over the last 12 months, including all of the children who come. Most of those come from surrounding suburbs, and so the parents or caregivers, whoever's looking after the kids after school, are needing to bring them over to the dojo. They want a safe space to be able to drop the children off and to collect them. Same with the students who have Down syndrome. That group of students comes from all over Wellington, and it is the only service that offers a recreational facility like this to this cohort of young people. They're totally reliant on their caregivers or their parents to come. So the loss of car parking immediately outside the dojo, where the proposed new bus stop was, certainly impacts that. The loss of the other parking, as Peter mentioned, there'll be a huge competition on any existing parking in the lower Brooklyn Road area. Our adult members usually come straight from work around 4:30, 5 o'clock, right through until 8, 9 o'clock at night. They don't have time to go home and get their cycle or whatever. So they're coming in their vehicles. Many of them do cycle, but many don't. And for those people coming, the competition on a very limited number of car parks will have a significant impact on them. In my submission, I said if the proposals went ahead in this particular part of Brooklyn Road as proposed, it will kill the business. We've had the opportunity to have some conversations with council staff who look after your community facilities. They've been and visited us. They were surprised at how big the building is, how big our operation is, and they said that there is a huge demand on other council facilities right across Wellington, and that there was nothing that they had that they could offer as a replacement for us. We're a subtenant of Tennis Wellington at the Renewed Tennis Centre. If we're forced to go, that will be a huge financial impact on their revenue, and they won't be able to rent it to anyone else because for the same reasons that we're going. So we have a very committed and dedicated community dojo, which has many, many benefits beyond just the practice of karate. And I would like to hope that we can continue to stay there and continue to offer that recreational facility both for our own members and also the other groups that we make the dojo available for in our downtime. So happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions? I had a question about if we were to try and time restrict the parking. I know the quantity is one thing, but also how we use it is another.
Yes. So our classes go for an hour. So there's from 4 o'clock in the afternoon till 9 o'clock. Things are kind of in hourly blocks. So people are coming, they're doing their class, they're leaving. Another group are coming, doing their class and leaving. So we offer classes 7 days a week. And our busy times, as I put in the submission, we've got a 2-hour time in the early morning, 2-hour time over the lunchtime, and then from 4 o'clock through until the evening, plus Saturday and Sunday morning. And literally, as soon as we leave on a Saturday or Sunday, there are families waiting for those parks right outside Central Park, unloading, their buggies, their picnic, their play equipment, etc. So we can honestly say those car parks are utilised all the time, the off-street ones right at the foot of the dojo. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's useful information. Thank you, Avis. We have run out of time. Thank you. Now we're up to Marissa. And then I think, if possible, we'll take a little very short break.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa. I'm a resident of Ohiro Road near Central Park, and I have 3 young children. And as a family, we walk daily and drive a car daily. We also use a cargo bike to transport our children to school and kindy in Brooklyn most days and when the weather permits. Overall, I am supportive of making the area safer for walking and biking through slower speeds and traffic calming initiatives. However, I disagree with the removal of car parking spaces due to the nature of many Brooklyn homes not having off-street parking. So today I'll focus on 4 primary areas in which I have daily experience. The first is making the intersection of Ohiro and Brooklyn roads safer for pedestrians and cyclists, and consider that there needs to be a raised zebra crossing at the intersection where the existing islands are. I see on a first-hand basis when I'm crossing there with children how fast the vehicles come down Brooklyn Road and then zoom into Ohiro Road going in the direction of Aro. So the vehicle speeds need to be significantly reduced at that intersection to make it safer for pedestrians and cyclists. Vehicles wanting to go from Brooklyn to Aro should be encouraged to go down Brooklyn Hill and turn at Aro rather than cutting down Ohiro Road. In short, it's very hard to cross the top of Ohiro Road where it meets Brooklyn Road safely, particularly when navigating through those islands with a buggy, as well as ensuring that small children can cross safely at the same time. If there's a line of traffic coming up from Aro, I just hope that drivers will see me and rely on the grace of motorists to wave me through in front of them. So having a zebra crossing would make it safer, ensuring that there is a requirement for vehicles to stop and let pedestrians through. I also support all the traffic calming proposals in both directions along Brooklyn Road in that area. And as such, I support changing the island crossing on Ohiro Road at around where it is at around 143 Ohiro Road to be a zebra crossing there, making it safer for pedestrians to cross. And along with the zebra crossing, I'd suggest keeping the concrete islands in the middle, along with metal barriers, making it safer to cross there. Second, removing the existing TM parking spaces at the top of the Ohiro and Brooklyn Road intersection, I don't believe will make it safer for pedestrians, but conversely will increase traffic speeds. By removing those car parks and widening the road, it will only encourage vehicles to go even faster down that section of Brooklyn Road. And I also disagree with there being a turning lane for vehicles at that intersection. This will encourage even more vehicles down Ohiro Road, as I already mentioned, and it would be safer to encourage them down Brooklyn Hill and then turn at Aro. A consequence of putting the speed bumps down O'Hare Road may indeed be that more vehicles do go down Brooklyn Hill when they're wanting to get to Aro. This is, in my view, a good consequence, and as such, using up the space at that intersection to create a turning lane won't be a good use of space, especially when it comes at the cost of residents' car parks. The cars that park in that parking bay are used by residents for their off-street parking where they don't have parking spaces on their property. And I go past those parking spaces several times each day, and there isn't a constant movement in and out of that parking bay. So removing the parks that residents rely on will not only force families, but also those with disabilities and the elderly out of the area, reducing the diversity of those that can live in the area. I don't believe you can remove car parks without offering an alternative parking option, as those houses have no off-street parking. And given inclusion is one of the key considerations for these proposals, removing the ability for people to park close to their houses goes against the grain of inclusivity. So I also disagree with removing the car parks outside the daycare in the Brooklyn shops. Again, I'm in that stretch of road several times a day, whether it's on foot or on the bike or in the car, and changing the layout won't make any difference to safety, but it will make access to the Brooklyn shops and the daycare and the community areas worse off. Forcing the reduction of speed through there, I believe, will help. And third, I fully agree with the proposed traffic calming and reduced speed down O'Hare Road to Aro. I see vehicles speeding down O'Hare Road on a daily basis, and my family has had near misses from speeding cars in that area. So I'm also supportive of a pedestrian crossing on O'Hare Road across to Tenera Street at Tenera Park. A pedestrian crossing there, along with speed bumps, will make it safer for people walking and crossing O'Hare Road and getting to Tenera Park from both up and down O'Hare Road. And finally, I'd suggest that the traffic island crossing on Brooklyn Road, which is at the bottom of the Jefferson Street steps, should be a zebra crossing instead, which would allow for pedestrians, and in particular students crossing there, whether it's going up to Brooklyn's school or down further to Mount Cook, would be able to cross there safely. Thank you again for the opportunity to make an oral submission, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I think we've, Marissa, I think we've unfortunately run out of time for questions, but your points were made very clearly. And thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So, committee, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will have the last of our submitters. So we'll be back at 10 past. We've had a couple of withdrawals, so it does work out for us to take 10 minutes. coming to the end of the day. We are planning to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more. So hopefully that will go as smoothly as it's already gone. Thanks to everybody for their attention, and it's been appreciated. So I'd like everyone to come back to the table, and I'd like to welcome, please, Carolyn to speak to us.
Unmute.
And put the microphone on.
Yeah.
No, sorry. Click on the phone. That video. Okay, just start talking. You need to just tell us.
So you're,
Are you there?
It's so cute.
I think we've got a bit of cross connection going on somehow.
So it looks, yeah, so Carolyn's got, there we
Oh,
go.
there we are.
Okay, good, lovely.
Hello, my name's Rodney. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, Carolyn. She would be stuttering a fair bit and nervous and all the rest of it, so she's handed responsibility over to me. Right, okay, I'm just going to go through a few bullet points, if you don't mind, and give our opinion on it. The area pertaining to the doctor in Brooklyn, may I humbly suggest, now I've heard that it's the car park, the bus stops are all going to be rearranged. Where's the elderly going to park in that case? I have heard that one of the councillors suggested parking up on Helen Street. Well, that's going to be a bit rough for people who are on crutches and it's wet, because if you've had a look at Helen Street, it's at a rather bad angle with some very steep steps coming down across it. Number one. Number two, residential parking in Cleveland Street. Now, I know there's about 3 or 4 parks down there at present, but I was just wondering, where's the residents in Cleveland Street going to park? The other one that is the angle parking in Brooklyn. May I humbly suggest, humbly suggest, you leave those angle parkings as they are, due to the fact that the parking for the disabled car park there is protected by those angle car parks. I have seen many a time when people like my wife on crutches feeling a lot safer having the car park there with the angle car parks behind them. Number two. Now, regarding the bus stops and the buses and the cars and the whole issue pertaining to this, as I catch the bus 2 to 4 times a day, I've been speaking with a lot of the bus drivers, and I've asked them some basic fundamental questions. Now, I've spoken to the drivers, which I've asked the question, of all the forms of traffic on the roads, which one scares you the most? Now, 87% of them turned around and said it wasn't the cars. It was the pedestrians that they were scared of, especially people with earbuds and microphones and mobile phones, as they tend to just walk out in the middle of the road. Number two, the buses parking in lane. Again, I was talking with the bus drivers, and they said there was no real need for that, because the sheer simple fact, when the bus drivers turn the blinkers on, the cars give way to them, so they have free rein. They don't have to park in the lane. They've already got free rein as soon as they put the indicators on. The cars let them go. Okay, that's basically what we was thinking.
We agree with.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Well said, huh? Well said. We agree with that point that the previous person made regarding the pedestrian crossing down there in Tanara. Yes, that's a really good idea. You should go ahead with that as fast as possible.
Right,
well, that's basically all I want. It's just that I want to say something on a personal level here, if you can tolerate for a second. This is what I think. It's not a feeling, it's what I think. It's highly possible that the Wellington City Council will not take any of this Zoom meeting into considerations whatsoever, as I do think that it may be just a shallow PR stunt on the Wellington City Council's behalf to placate the Brooklynites. Well, I've said my piece, and I thank you for the time to allow us to express our opinions, and we thank you very much indeed. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, committee? No, you've been very clear, and thank you to Carolyn as well, even though we haven't been able to see her in person. We know she's been
Well,
here.
you just move the camera if you want.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Right. We'll move. I've just been notified that we actually have omitted a speaker, so that's going to be corrected now. So welcome to, is it Marissa?
Marianne.
Oh, Marianne. Welcome.
Kia ora.
You have 5 minutes. We're looking forward to hearing you.
Thank you. Well, I, like Marissa, live in the section of Ohiro Road between Brooklyn and Aro. And having read all of the written submissions and heard some of these oral submissions, I think I'm saying something you're hearing a lot today, which is that we would really like additional changes in this part of the road to enable safer pedestrian crossing. A lot of people access Tenera Park, which is very close to my home, people coming and going through Central Park. At the moment, there's no safe way for children, anybody using a stroller, anybody who just can't run, basically at pace, to get across that section of Ohiro Road, which means nobody in our street can let their children really walk independently anywhere. So I'd love, very supportive of all the efforts to calm speeds on that part of the street, very supportive of any intervention which would discourage people in cars from using it as a shortcut, and instead encouraging them to drive down Brooklyn Road and turn into Aro, as Marissa said. Currently it is used heavily as a shortcut, and it's driven very quickly. So I don't park in that little lay-by that Marissa talked about, but if removing that is going to make it even easier to turn down into our street and make it even more inviting for cars to use it as a shortcut, that seems to me to be a good argument against it. But in short, very supportive of interventions to calm speeds, would like to see more effort to make a pedestrian crossing safe, certainly at the Tenera and Ohiro Road junction, possibly again also lower down where people tend to exit Tenera Park and cross over into Central Park. There's another place there it would be helpful, but you see people zipping across the road. Generally, as I'm a mother of a preschooler, I travel predominantly by foot or by cargo bike around the neighbourhood, and also drive regularly. So very supportive and appreciative of the efforts that are being made to make our streets safer and to open them up to everybody. But it would be a great missed opportunity if you didn't provide some better way for pedestrians to cross Ohiro Road there at the entrance to Tenera and Central Park. It's partway down the street.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions? No, I think you've been very clear, and thank you, because that's useful.
Yeah, at the moment, there's not even a way to get off the curb. Like there's no way to get a stroller across. My mother won't leave the house with the children. It just, it's pretty bad at the moment. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Right. Monty Mowat. Yes, welcome. Nice to see you again.
Hi, I'm Monty, and I go to Wellington High School. I commute every day by bike or by foot. I also bus fairly regularly and drive in the car with my parents. I live on the route and have seen a few crashes and a lot of close calls. I think that the trial cycleway has definitely made me and a lot of others a lot more comfortable riding, but more needs to be done. I think that the extension towards the shops is probably the most important piece, as this is very dangerous at the moment. I've nearly been car-doored many times along this section and see a few timid cyclists ride along the footpath. Also, as a young person, I have a lot of worries around climate change, and this is definitely a step in the right direction in terms of combating that. I remember when I was younger, I used to ride to my friend's house in Island Bay I think that it's a bit of a missed opportunity that more kids don't have the ability to just ride to their friends and sort of hang out, also walk. And I think that that's also good for parents as they don't have to drive as much.
Aye.
Sorry, my submission's been a bit short, but thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Monty. Don't run away just yet, because I have a question for you. So I think if I'm right, you were there right at the start of the trial cycleway.
Yeah.
Can you describe what the impact of that was when it went in?
It used to be quite like you were right against the bank, and before it went in, I did nearly get pushed. I have to sort of lean into the bank as trucks went past sometimes. Like now, back then I went to Brooklyn School, but now I go to Wellington High, so I use the route every day, and I think that it definitely has made it a lot safer. Yeah.
And do you support the calls for more the pedestrian crossing across? We've heard a lot about pedestrian crossings going down Ohio Road.
Yeah, I live close to that corner, and definitely a lot of kids who go to my school and the other schools in that area cross there, and people walking to work and things, and it is quite dangerous as people speed down Ohio Road.
And I think we have also a question from Councillor Foon.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Monty. Just in terms of the cycleway and your friend group, like, have you noticed that that's enabled more young people like you to feel comfortable riding to school?
Yeah, I think definitely it's made, especially like my friends' parents, like even if they even if they haven't started biking, I think it's definitely made their parents, like if they do occasionally want to bike that way, it's definitely made their parents a lot more comfortable with that, which I think is really important. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Monte, actually, it's a question. I have a good comment about you, and it's amazing how not only advocating how community-minded you are. You just come to a lot of community events, and you come to resident association meetings and deliver what you believe in, and whether that's supported by others or not. So I think it's really good to see young people like you brave enough to come and even doing such a submission. And thank you for coming today.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, thanks from all of us. Right, we'll move to Keith. Keith.
Hello.
Online.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to allow me to talk to my submission. I'm focused on the Thornton Key changes. My current job is to do customer site repairs of PCs, laptops, and printers, and I'm an ad hoc visitor to many of the businesses on Thornton Key. Prior to my current role, I spent about over 15 years working in the Wellington CBD and actually cycling Thornton Key to and from work every day. So I'm broadly supportive of the changes to make cycling on Thornton Key safer. But in my current role, it will make it more difficult without P120 parking. I have to admit, with the proposed change to Thornton Key, I'm surprised there weren't ripple changes to Hobson Street and the lower part of Tenakoi Road, which is currently predominantly all-day parking, to perhaps make that P120 metered parking, and therefore allow visitors to the area during the day active spaces that they could park in and then get to Thornton Key. The other way of substituting the reduction in metered parking on Thornton Key would be to encourage businesses that already have parking spaces to integrate into the Pay My Park app. I tend not to park in spaces that aren't that don't use the Pay My Park app because of the ease of getting things like reimbursements for parking if I have to use multiple apps. So yeah, it'd be great if Pay My Park covered more private spaces, and if Hobson Street could be an alternative place to park when the current metered parking on Thorn and Quay is reduced. Many of my repairs take up to 2 hours. Any questions?
Thank you, Richard. Sorry, Keith. It's getting late in the day.
Yes.
Do we have any questions? No, I don't think we do, but that was a very clear suggestion. So, and that point's noted, so thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission.
Thank you. Right, can I welcome Steve?
Okay. Mayor, councillors, Clay, how are you? I'm a director at Koata's Early Childhood Centre on 170 Thorndon Quay. Been in business for 20 years, built 8 childcare centres and have operations in Auckland and Wellington. Parents choose my location because they work in the CBD and they're close to their children if there's an emergency. That worked well for us in Christchurch with the earthquake. Children are transported to my centre in cars because they have car seats and they have prams in the back. So a couple of things there. My drop-off times and my pick-up times are very similar to the cyclists. So 7:30, 8:30, 7:30 to 8:30 is a drop-off time, and 4:30 to 5:30 is a pick-up time. So we collide there in our timings. Proposal is having a two-way cycle lane completely outside the front door of Koata's, with 4 parks on the outside of the cycleway. Now, we had 18 parks. We went down to 8 parks. Andy Foster and Brad Singh did a great job of just common sense rearranging some of the parks for drop-offs. It's worked really well. This design, I'm scared of safety. 100 children in my centre, 30 staff, and 100 parents, or 200 parents, dropping off, picking up, weaving their way across the cycle lane. It's something that's gonna hurt. Someone is going to be injured. I see that Kilburn School have kept their drop-off and pick-up parking, and the cycleway is redesigned a little bit around it. I'm all for the cycleway. I just think there can be a little bit of a rejiggle. I spoke to Brad Singh last week. He's been sick, I believe, but just a little bit of a jiggle there will just save people getting hurt, especially children. Preschoolers run. Grandparents will be dropping off. There's prams coming out of cars. It's just going to be a nightmare. Okay, so that's kind of all. It's really the design. That's all I want help with. Got any questions, Ray?
Right, I think we have Councillor Pannett there and then Councillor Chung.
Thanks for your work looking after city's children.
Yeah.
So look, hopefully we can you can meet with staff and find some responses to your concerns. But I guess the question is a broader one about, do you accept as part of our carbon challenge that we're trying to change the way that parents transport their children? And my child goes to Wellington Dance, I'm there all the time. So that we are thinking about buses and cycles rather than cars automatically just to get our kids to where they need to be.
Have you been in a car with a hungry child before? No. Have you been on a bus with a hungry child before? And have you got a car seat and a pram? I mean, hey, and a parent drops off and they have to get another bus. There's 2 buses there. There's going to be a bus layover outside VTNZ. Why? There's a railway station where they can have their 5-minute sleep down there in the buses. They don't need it doesn't need to have a bus layover outside VTNZ either. So there's just a little bit of concern on the viability. I mean, they haven't really considered 100 preschoolers, and it's a service that I provide for working parents. Safety. It's got to be a safe zone, and I can't see it being a safe zone. Someone will get killed.
Okay, thanks for that response, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for that, Steve. Hey, because you're just saying that your drop-off times in the morning and pick-up times at night are fairly similar.
Yes.
Would it make it easier if instead of having normal car parks in there, to have more stopping zones or more loading and unloading zones? Like if we had 4 of those designated, would that actually help?
Well, currently there's 6 car parks, P10 in those hours. That's what Andy Foster and Brad got onto. Works perfect. Parents in, out, in, out, in, out. And the cyclists still going past as per normal. So what I'm getting at, I think the 4 parks where they're located is you'll have to walk across a cycle lane, and they will not stop. They will keep going. I know people say they'll slow down, but they will not. It's Tour de France down there in the morning, I'm telling you. They're going quick.
Great, thank you.
From Councillor Randall, we're nearly out of time, but you go for it.
Yes, I just want to just get you to comment a bit more about the priority of these kids over cyclists. Do you think part of the answer too is, even if the cycleway's got to go around where the cars are, that really the parents with kids going in need priority, so that's in terms of the safety element, whichever way around, whether the cyclist goes on the left or the right, the cyclists have to stop and make sure that they're not going to interfere with children.
I still think having a curbside is safer for unloading a pram, or you've got a preschool in one hand, you've got a baby in one arm. You're probably trying to get a pram out. It's hectic. So I think there's a bit of safety on the curbside. It's a 1.5. I think it's 2.5 wide. It's quite a wide footpath there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's space to get
here
it
at the moment. So.
And there is space to get it right, do you think?
Yes, definitely. Okay. There's so much space. It's a big road. It's a big, wide road. I think there's a lot of cramming in on certain areas. So, yeah, look, Brad has got common sense. So I don't know if he designs it or works with it, but he has got some common sense. So I hope we can just have a win-win, that's all.
Right, well, thank you very much for those points, Steve.
Thank you.
And for the confidence you've just expressed. Yeah, I'm sure the staff will be doing their best.
Cheers.
Greg, do we have Greg Pollock? Online, perhaps?
Sorry.
Okay, maybe we could see if Jeff's here, although we're a bit ahead we're now a little tiny bit ahead of time. Right.
I'll get 10 minutes. Hello, everybody.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. I had a Google map I wanted to put up of Hutt Road I'd sent through. Thought it might be useful to refer to.
Yeah. That's the one. We do have. I have made sure we've got a big map down the back, so we are all reasonably familiar with the.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to see.
Layout,
I'll talk to it. Well.
Or it's this one here.
That's good. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Well, thanks, everybody. Thank you for your time. I know you've had a big day, so I'll try and keep it to the point. So my name's Jeff Stanaland. I'm from Capital Scaffolding, and we're based right there at 59 Hutt Road. And I'm not talking about Thornton Quay, I'm only talking about Hutt Road. It's quite different. It's that from Saar Street to the railway overbridge. And I think one of the unique things about here is if you look at that, all the businesses are on the western side of the road. And the proposal, as I understand it, moves the majority of parks to the eastern side of the road, which I think is a fundamental problem. Also on the eastern side of the road, you've got the cycle lane. That cycle lane is about 1/2 metre from those parked cars you can see in the image. That's also a clearway from 7 till 9 on the eastern side. So with the design we've got at the moment, there's effectively no parking because there's very little parking on the western side under the proposal. There's effectively no parking till 9 a.m. Now, the way this area operates, it's a multiple small businesses. There's about 25 small businesses, about 150 employees, and many, many customers and suppliers. Most people arrive in the morning around 7. They get themselves organised and then they leave, and they come back between 3 and 5. After that sort of 7 to 8 period, then you get all the customers coming in, the suppliers and the couriers and the trucks. So what I'm concerned about is that up until 9 a.m. there'll be nowhere to park. There's no alternative to park. After that time, we'll have our customers arriving and parking on the western side of the road, having to cross the road. Now, our neighbour, Kiora Sheet Metals, for example, they fabricate and repair large bits of steel. I'm terrified of the idea of people getting those out of their vehicles, crossing the road. There's no flush median, which was a refuge, that's gone, and reversing the other way. You've got cycles travelling at 30 kilometres an hour, especially electric bikes. They're going very fast these days. And you've got half a metre between your vehicle, passengers getting in and getting out, and whatever you're getting in and out of your car. I think it's a recipe for a disaster. We basically, our key submission is that what is here at the moment works very well. And it works for all road users, buses, cyclists, pedestrians, and it particularly works for the businesses. So I would urge that there's not a big problem here, so we try not to change things. Now, there's also a proposal to have a northbound bus lane in the afternoon. My comment on that would be, if you look at the traffic, there's very little congestion in the afternoon. In fact, there's no congestion. It flows freely at all times. I do not believe there's a need for a bus lane, certainly at this time. Even the South Bane Clearway is seldom used. Most of the buses just go in with the traffic, and even that flows pretty freely, though there is congestion. There is definitely a lot of traffic between, say, 8 and 9, but it never stops. It flows freely. So again, I would say that the established layout is pretty solid, and I would encourage that it's maintained to the extent possible. But what I really worry about is if we move all that parking to the other side of the road, it's going to make it very difficult for everyone, the people in the businesses, everyone trying to access the business, and I think we're creating a risk. One further thing just about the bus lane. If you look at where the bus lane ends, it ends at the railway overbridge. The railway overbridge goes to one lane, and it's buttressed on either side by the bridge, the concrete bridge. I think we're creating a hard bottleneck there. So I'd encourage the bus lane to probably, if you're going to merge it a bit further back rather than right at the overbridge, because I can imagine you're going to get people sort of wedged under the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Did I see your hand, Councillor Randall? Okay.
No, thank you. I think you've explained a very interesting point about it both working as it is and also the impact on your business. So, actually, I've got one quick question. I mean, you have frequent visitors to your business, and
steady, regular, yeah.
Yeah, and along the way, and so are you aware of the proposal to not implement the northbound bus lane?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, because that's one potential way of preserving the parking. Is
Absolutely, yeah. But yeah, if the parking is preserved, yeah, it'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't aware of that, so I was just looking at what was on the website. I thought it was still there, but maybe it's...
that's what was proposed, and we're working through. Officers are working, and they're aware of your problem. Thank you for elucidating it to us.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have Greg here with us now? No, okay. In that case, do we have John Moore? Yes, lovely.
got enough paper here to talk for about an hour, but I'm only allowed 5 minutes.
Unfortunately, you only get 5 minutes.
I can be a grumpy old man for 5 minutes. So I'm from. I've been based in Thornton since 1993, and we've had issues. You know, during that time, lots of meetings like this with the council. I was on this thing called the Thornton Transport Engagement Working Group that went on and on and on for 14 months and finally sort of collapsed and at great expense. So that was Opus, I think, we're running that. Lots of arguments, no real resolution. And I've also been involved with the Thornton Key Hut Road Collective since its inception, and they've made extensive representations to you. Today, we were meant to be speaking to the revised transport plan, which was going to be submitted to us by Let's Get Wellington Moving, but as some of you are aware, it hasn't turned up, so it makes our job very difficult. The transport plan that we're talking to now dates back to November last year, and requests for submissions on that were made in December and onwards, and since that time we've had, you know, a number of meetings, the most recent meeting being with Let's Get Wellington Moving on the 7th of June, at which time they said they would report back to us with their new plans prior to these consultations. That hasn't happened. So behind the scenes, complete confusion, lots of emails, and then you had to consult your own legal counsel this morning to try and justify not coming up with the proposed transport plan, traffic management plan. So we were asked by them to come and support the plan that we don't have, which makes it very, this is when I say them, I mean some of those members, Greg and people at Let's Get Wellington Moving. So so we were asked to appear in support of the new draft traffic resolution, agree with things that we were comfortable with, and describe those aspects with which we disagreed. We were to be notified of updated design features prior to presentation. There are several material changes, but we don't know what they are. So putting that to one side, I'm going to say in the absence of current information can only address historical issues that possibly have already been addressed. So we heard a comment just before about the proposal to abandon the northbound bus lane in the evenings, things like that. We don't have any knowledge of that. So so getting back to where we are with the limited information that we've actually got, I'd suggest that your proposed plan is going to basically narrow the carriageway down, so you're creating all these extra lanes. And as Steve Piper just addressed before, as soon as you close down the road, like Island Bay, you're going to create a very, very dangerous situation for pedestrians, cyclists, and just general users. So you've got centre lane with cars moving slowly. You've got bus lanes with buses, huge buses, moving quickly and aggressively, probably. And then you've got the bikes, and then you've got pedestrians. And that is and pedestrians jaywalking. So you've got a real dangerous situation on your hands. So your idea of reducing speed limits to 30 k's, it's absolutely essential to drop those speed limits. Okay, otherwise you're just going to have, you're going to have bodies, without a doubt, because you've got, I think, 3 pedestrian crossings, is that correct? Large gaps between, and lots of people moving backwards and forwards. So we as in our company, we support the proposed 30k speed limit. We support the bus lane clearway hours. Well, we'd like them to be 6:30 p.m. to 9 p.m, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. At 6:30, there's nobody there at 6:30. One of our biggest concerns from our business point of view is accessibility for disabled people. Steve has the same problem with babies and young people. We have in our building the Thornton Eye Clinic, which has 13,000 patients a year. That's 26,000 pedestrian movements from one business. All of those people are sight impaired. Most of them are also of my age group and elderly people, and have, obviously very limited vision. That's why they're there, right? So at the moment they drive up, they unload, usually with a family member or a support person who then goes off, finds a park, comes back and takes them upstairs, have whatever treatment they need, and on they go. We're now confronted with the two-way bike lane.
So, John, can I just ask you to make your last points, if you don't mind? Just.
I've been running out of time.
I'm afraid so, yeah.
Not very good. Okay, so safety is a big concern, and speed limits are really important. Where was I? You've interrupted my line of thought now.
Sorry.
That's probably quite a good thing. Well, so we support the metered parking. We support the reduced speed limit. Generally, we don't support the whole concept because we don't believe the council can afford it, and we also don't understand why you're building a cycleway on top of a sewer that needs to be replaced. Presumably, you're going to do the same job twice because you'll have to dig it all up to replace the sewer. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, but we can find that out, but I don't know at the current time.
Well, they've already been, Let's Get Wellington Moving, already been asked to fund replacing the sewer, which they declined. Anyway.
Okay, thank you very much, John.
Yeah, I'd quite like a lot more time, but anyway.
It does go by very quickly, but we do have your written submission, so
well, no, you
to
don't
refer
really,
to.
because we haven't really, because we don't have the information that we're meant to be submitting on. That's quite clear from the emails exchanged today.
We have been provided with some of the written submissions. Okay.
It's not current and it's not really valid.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for the points you made.
Right. Thank you.
We'll now move, please, to Akane Sandon. Welcome, Akane. We've got 5 minutes, which is the same for everybody. It does go by quite quickly.
Kia ora koutou, ko Akane Sandon toku ingoa, ko taku pepe tēnei. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to briefly speak in support of this project, especially in terms of its the benefits to cyclists and the proposals of a separated cycleway. The successful implementation of this project, which is so important to my whānau, is especially a separated cycleway. It would make a really huge difference to our life as a family, and I think a really big difference to other people in similar situations to us. At the moment, my son and I, we can't cycle into the city from our home. And the biggest reason for that is because there isn't a separated cycleway along Thornton Quay. It's just too great a risk, in my perspective, to put my son on a bike on the road, especially along Thornton Quay, where, given the amount of traffic. So having a separated cycleway Thank you. Would make a really big difference. It would mean we could cycle into town, and it would open up the city to us immensely. As a parent, it's not very easy to go, I think this was mentioned before, but not very easy to put a toddler in the car for any period of time. There's not much to see when they're rear-facing, but being on a bike, there's so much to see. They can see forward, they can see around, they can feel the wind. I think it's quite exciting for them, and cycling is a really, really attractive option for me and my son at the moment, but we can't do that from our home into town. So it would make such a big difference if there was a separated cycleway. Whoops, we can't have that one. And I think even more, the benefit of us being able to cycle into town would mean that we're one less car on the road. I don't want to be in the car, as I said. I'd much rather be on a bike, and that would be one less car on the road, one less car at the destination car park that we simply wouldn't need if we had the means to get into town. I think that's all I really wanted to say, is that we're really strongly in support, or I am, and I hope my son will be in the future too, and it would make such a big difference to our day-to-day life living in the city if we could cycle into town.
Thank you. And we do have a question from Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much, Kano. Much appreciated. How often would you actually travel into town? Whereabouts are you? Do you live along the Hutt Road or?
So we live up in Nio.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And we travel around, well, we're choosing our destinations based on what's easy. So we use the train a lot and the bus a lot. But if we had the option of using a cycleway, I would use it 3 to 5 days a week. We travel into town. There's so many options of things to do in town. Use it almost daily, I think.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's been useful. Thank you for coming in as well, making the effort with your little one. So that brings us actually to the end of the list, unless we've had Greg turn up, but I don't think I've seen him. So we now need to do a couple of things just to keep meeting procedure going. So we need to agree to extend the meeting because we're carrying on tomorrow, and we need to adjourn the meeting until tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. So I move that the Regulatory Processes Committee extend the meeting beyond 6 hours in accordance with Standing Order 11.7, and to adjourn the meeting until 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, the 9th of August 2023. And do I have a seconder? Thank you. I thought might be able to rely on you. Councillor McNulty, having moved and seconded that, we will now vote. Tori, we just need a vote. Great. And thank you to all of your attention. It's been a long meeting, but we have got through it in time. And thank you, Liz. I see you voted on that last one, so I know you've been there listening. And thank you for all the good questions, and the staff, of course. They're working immensely hard during this process, so my gratitude to you. I'll now declare the meeting closed for today, adjourning until tomorrow. And we don't say the karakia because we're just carrying on, so you're free to go home.